Okay. A few more seconds. 5:30. The May 22, 2023 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. On account of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being held in a hybrid format that allows members of the public to participate in person or remotely via Zoom webinar. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Riggins.
Here.
Councilmember Stewart.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Urine.
Here.
Mayor Silverstein.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers on the closed session item?
No, we don't have any in-person speakers or any raised hands in Zoom.
Okay. Does any member of council wish to say anything before we adjourn or recess? No. Okay. So we will now recess to closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We will reconvene at 6:30 or as soon thereafter as we can to begin the regular session and hear the closed session report. We're in recess. Okay, we're back from recess. The May 22, 2023 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order again. On account of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being held in a hybrid format that allows members of the public to participate in person or remotely via Zoom webinar. In-person participants, if you'd like to speak, please submit your request to speak form to the clerk. Remote participants, if you would like to speak, please join the Zoom webinar meeting printed on the agenda and raise your hand in Zoom when the item you wish to speak on is called. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Riggins.
Here.
Councilmember Stewart.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Urine.
Here.
Mayor Silverstein.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Sergeant, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Okay, Trevor, can we have a closed session report, please?
Yes, at 5:30 p.m., the City Council met an open session and then recessed to closed session for the items listed on the posted agenda. All 5 council members were present and no reportable action was taken.
Thank you, Trevor. May we please have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on May 12th, 2023.
Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda with continuing item 4F to the next City Council meeting? I'm sorry, 6A to the next City Council meeting.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
May we have a roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Urine.
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins.
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti.
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Actually, for clarification, Trevor, F already says on it recommended action continue. Is that one also continued without us having
Yes,
said
if you approved it with the recommended action, that would be continued.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Cool.
Okay, so that takes us to 2A, proclamation declaring June 10 as Public Safety Responder Appreciation Day in Malibu. Is Sarah Flores here?
Good evening. My name is Sarah Flores, and I'm the new Emergency Services Coordinator for the Public Safety Department. Thank you so much for declaring this day as Malibu Public Safety Responder Appreciation Day. The City of Malibu thanks and appreciates all public safety responders for their continued support and dedicated services to our community. Public Safety Responder Appreciation Day will be held the same day as our annual Public Safety Expo on June 10th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. At the event, the community will have the opportunity to write thank you messages to all public safety responders in public safety books. These books will then be presented to the leaders of these public safety organizations. We encourage the community to attend the upcoming event to show support and appreciation for all public safety responders. Thank you.
Present the proclamation.
Thank you.
So, and what it says is that whereas the City of Malibu is grateful for all of its public safety responders, including the members of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's and Fire Departments, as well as our public safety volunteers, including the volunteers on patrol, Community Emergency Response Team, and Arson Watch. And whereas public safety responders ably protect the city by providing critical emergency services and professional high-quality care to all of our residents and regularly sacrifice time with family and friends to contribute to the overall safety of the Malibu community. And whereas public safety responders respond to a multitude of hazards such as wildfires, building fires, search and rescue operations, apprehension of a suspect, arson watch, traffic accidents, landslides, and more, are ready to respond 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas these individuals are vital members to the Malibu community as they preserve public safety and work to proactively ensure emergency situations are mitigated and resolved to keep our community safe and secure. And whereas it is important to the City of Malibu that the City of Malibu recognizes and is thankful for our public safety responders for their continued support, dedication, and efforts, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Malibu declares June 10, 2023 as Public Safety Responder Appreciation Day and encourages its citizens to show their appreciation and celebrate all public safety responders. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to 1B, presentation on 2022 environmental program accomplishments, this time coastal programs. Who will be presenting this? Yolanda.
Good evening, City Council, and thank you for allowing us for this presentation. This is our last presentation. And these focus areas, I would like to take the time to introduce to the City and City Council our newest member, Solisha Antico. She has a bachelor's in geology from UCLA. She also has a master's in geology from Cal State Northridge. We're extremely happy to have her expertise on our team. She will serve as our environmental sustainability analyst. Next slide, please. Today, we will concentrate on our last focus area, coastal. This is item 5 on our work plan. Next slide, please. Now passing the presentation to Solisha. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Yolanda. Hello, Mayor and Council members. It is an honor to be here working for the City of Malibu. Today, we will be focusing on coastal items 5F, 5H, and providing a recap of all of our environmental programs that we have presented on. In January 22nd of 2018, Council directed staff to conduct a coastal vulnerability assessment. The purpose of this assessment is to evaluate the Malibu coastline. Through this assessment, we will analyze Malibu's vulnerability to and potential impacts of sea level rise in the short and long term. The initial draft of the Coastal Vulnerability Assessment Report was prepared by our consultant, Environmental Science Associates. The City has reviewed the first draft of the report and provided our comments on the initial assessment. We are currently working with ESA and the City Manager's Office for the next steps. As this is our final focus area, we would like to provide a recap on all of the programs that we have presented on this year. To reiterate, the City of Malibu operates 14 environmental programs under these environmental focus areas. This includes energy, water conservation, pollution prevention, waste reduction, coastal, and events and outreach. The importance of the energy focus is to create a sustainable environment that uses clean, renewable power. In 2019, Council voted to adopt the Clean Power Alliance's 100% green power as a default for Malibu to help reduce the impacts of climate change and air pollution. As of May 2023, Malibu's overall participation with Clean Power Alliance is about 95%. Of that overall participation, nearly 97% are on green power. Overall, green power has greatly benefited the Malibu community as the city continues to decrease energy consumption across the board. As depicted on the graphs here, the average energy for both the total, depicted on the left, and daily, depicted on the right, averages remained consistent and did not heavily increase within the year. As the program continues, we anticipate a steadier decrease in energy consumption. Second, the environmental team organizes regular and seasonal outreach events to encourage recycling and other sustainable practices. This year, we participated in 5 events during Earth Month in April, including the Pepperdine Earth Day Fair, smart gardening workshops, organics trainings, dark sky education, and community beach cleanup. With an average of 10 to 30 attendees per event, Pepperdine had loved our Wheel of Fortune giveaways and playing mini cornhole. Next, ESD strives to understand and implement current regulations regarding waste reduction. To date, we have hosted 8 monthly organics recycling trainings since the program's initiation, with about 15 to 20 attendees per training. According to social media analytics, since October of 2022, the engagement rate has grown for the organics recycling program social media posts. Instagram had increased by 11%, and Twitter increased by 8%. More community involvement is expected in the future, as the program attracts further recognition and support. Lastly, ESD has a robust pollution prevention program. We have conducted 817 inspections during the 22 to 23 fiscal year. This includes 523 inspections for the Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, or MS4 permit, 126 inspections in response to storm events, and 168 inspections for dumpster locking bins. ESD continues to implement monitoring programs, stay informed about revised regulations, and meet compliance objectives for various permits. Thank you, and I would like to pass it back to Yolanda.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, City of Malibu. This concludes our 5 presentations. I would like to acknowledge the team. A big thank you to Tracy Rosine, the Environmental Manager, Mark Johnson, Karen De La Cruz, Rebecca Nelson, and Solisha Andico. I am honored to lead an extraordinary team of professionals that are dedicated and committed to put Malibu's environmental programs first. We look forward to continue providing excellent services to the whole Malibu community for the years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your entire team. Are there any comments or questions at council?
Let's just, Yolanda, once again, thank you very, very much. I mean, I had the benefit of sitting through the Environmental Sustainability Committee report where you covered all this stuff in the beginning, and I thought it was impressive then. It's even more impressive now, so thank you. And you ought to get your team to stand up and just take a quick bow, because they are doing one hell of a job. Thank you all very, very much.
Anyone else? Paul?
What Steve said.
I'll say what Steve and Paul said, but let me say this. You know, this is an outstanding example of what Malibu represents. And we have a responsibility to maintain our 21 miles of coastline and our 20 square miles. And thank goodness, and thank you so much for being the team that does this. I mean, couldn't be in better hands. So thank you.
I just wanted to reiterate that also. I think you guys are doing a fantastic job, and I thank you for all your hard work. And we just need to educate the world on what a great job Malibu's doing and the leadership that you're providing. Thank you.
We are blessed to serve Malibu. Thank you so much.
So you got unanimous appreciation. Thank you. Okay, that takes us to written and oral communications from the public. We will now hear communications from the public concerning matters which are not on the agenda. Remote participants, please raise your hand in Zoom if you would like to speak on this item. I was not handed any in-person oh, now I am being handed them. Sorry. No problem. I was shocked they didn't have these, especially one of them. Okay, Norm, you're up first. Followed by Steve Wiseman.
Honorable council members, you'll have to forgive me. I have a migraine headache and I have trouble reading. I have black spots, so I'll do the best I can. I am here to request that the City Council direct the Planning Department to prepare an ordinance accepting the modifications made to the City of Malibu's approval of the Seaview Hotel. A comprehensive discussion of the pros and cons associated with the modifications and the benefits that the hotel provides to the city has not really taken place. The 3 minutes that I had 3 weeks ago was not sufficient time to discuss the pros and cons associated with the project or the modifications. The Coastal Commission's approval expires on August the 8th. If the City Council agrees that the project and the Coastal Commission modifications deserve a full and comprehensive hearing, then it must take place on June 26th, which will allow for a 21-day noticing period, and if approved, a second reading can take place on July 10th. There is no second meeting in July, so those are the last two meetings. The ordinance will take a few hours of the staff time to prepare, and I've already updated the mailing addresses. There are current ongoing discussions and negotiations with both the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, and the California Coastal Commission. I believe that if these negotiations are successful, then the primary concerns about money going to the MRCA can be resolved in a very positive manner for both the City of Malibu as well as the Ramirez Canyon community. So I'm here to request that the hearing be set on June 26th, and I'm available for questions if there are any. Bill Curtis had some comments representing.
Okay, thank you, Norm.
That's my time.
Steve Weisman.
Good evening, council members. My name is Steve Weisman, and I'm a real estate advisor consultant. I've been working on projects in and around Malibu for approximately 15 years, including representing James Cameron, HRL, the Keems, and Norm Haney. I've known Norm for about 15 years, and he's been working diligently with the city staff for over 7 years to obtain the necessary approvals that led to the unanimous approval on February 8th by the Coastal Commission with several minor modifications. With only 130 hospitality rooms in the city of Malibu, this project offers a much-needed increase in rooms in what is a highly constrained submarket that welcomes 15 million annual tourists. Moreover, the project involves repositioning, repurposing an existing office building in a submarket that is experiencing an office vacancy rate north of 20% and removing what many consider the #1 blight in the city, which is the former gas station. From a benefits perspective, the hotel is expected to generate over $1 million per annum in TOT, and as conditions to the approval, Norm has agreed to provide $800,000 to the city to support public benefits, have a new check valve installed that will allow millions of gallons of additional water to flow through the city during the next fire, an in lieu fee of $110,000 to the city, and $800,000 which the California Coastal Commission requested and earmarked for the MRCA as part of their approval on February 8th. Of note, the Coastal Commission commonly includes modifications with their project approvals, including the approval of the Crummer site across from Pepperdine several years ago, whereby $4 million was provided to the MRCA for that project. Norm left the last hearing noting your concerns, and even though he has no control over the California Coastal Commission or MRCA, he has spoken with the new executive director at Coastal Commission, and discussions are ongoing with the MRCA to explore another option for the allocation of the $800,000 by the MRCA that would likely be viewed as favorable to the city and its residents. Therefore, I hope you will give Norm the opportunity to continue to move this project forward, since he has invested a tremendous amount of time and personal resources to creating a positive outcome for the city and its residents. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. So that would be it for the in-person speakers. Do we have any remote speakers?
First we'll hear from Tim Para, followed by Mario Sandoval.
Can you tell us how many speakers there are?
Currently there are 3 raised hands.
Thank you. Tim?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and respectful council members. I'd like to give my last 2 weeks ranger report with the MRCA. First, the MRCA Rangers did detain and cited paragliders that were using parkland at Saddleback Peak as their takeoff area and were sighted near the flight zone. Also, what was observed were signs indicating keep out, no trespassing in private property on MRCA property at the top of Murphy Way. We will be removing these signs and or issuing citations per our ordinance for the illegal signage on recent acquisition parcels. Also, rangers and public officers continuously provided parking enforcement and public safety at Escondido Canyon Park due to the high traffic on the busy weekends. And this concludes my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who's next?
Next, we'll hear from Mario Sandoval, followed by Rosemary.
Good evening. My name is Mario Sandoval. I'm a project manager and coastal planner with the MRCA. I will be providing this comment on behalf of the MRCA as the managing entity for property held by the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. The Conservancy owns a public hiking and equestrian trail easement along both Murphy Way and Winding Way. This public hiking trail was required by the California Coastal Commission as a permit condition for the waterworks improvements that services all the residential development along Murphy Way. The Conservancy granted funds to the California Conservation Corps to conduct fuel reduction and trail maintenance along Murphy Way. These crews are deployed on 7-day work assignments that typically span weekends. Therefore, they cannot afford to take off a single day based on local ordinances. This sets us all back. On May 14th, the California Conservation Corps was conducting this work when they were approached by a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy who alleged that the work was being conducted in violation of a local city ordinance, Malibu Municipal Code, Section 8.24.050.g. That states construction cannot be conducted within the city of Malibu on Sundays. Even though this is state-owned property where local ordinances do not apply, the CCCs politely complied with the request and stopped the work for the remainder of the day, losing approximately 4 hours of work that was already scheduled for that day. On May 15th, the CCC crews continued their work along Murphy Way, and a few hours into the morning work, once again, a sheriff's deputy approached the crew supervisor and stated that they were called by residents asking that the work be stopped, despite following the local municipal code for hours allowing construction. The CCC crew supervisor informed the responding sheriff's deputy that he would not be instructing his staff to stop work because there was no violation. The sheriff's deputy refused to stop the work and did not issue any citations. The CCC crew continued and completed their work along Murphy Way that same day. We are bringing this to your attention because your residents often and openly complain that the Conservancy and the MRCA neglects its stewardship responsibilities. Yet, when we do direct resources to maintain and enhance the Conservancy's trails, we are stopped. Just last week, we observed that public trail signs and maps along Murphy Way had been vandalized and spray painted with black paint to obscure the public information in violation of the Coastal Act. Coastal access is for everyone. This is why the California Coastal Commission required this public trail easement. Despite the most recent comments from Mayor Silverstein's State of the City describing public coastal access as the invasion of millions of strangers, the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy stewards its property interests for the statewide benefit of all Californians, not to the exclusive benefit of 10,000 residents. While this work benefits public trail use, it also directly benefits and protects private residents from the risk of catastrophic fires by reducing fuels and creating fire break along Murphy Way. We hope these incidents interfering in state-funded and directed work within the city's jurisdiction stop, and that the residents do not continue to interfere with any ongoing stewardship activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Who's next?
Next, we'll hear from Rosemary, followed by Joe Drummond.
I'd like to yield my time to play a video to be followed by Joe Drummond.
I follow you. I have a better understanding of it at this point. I know I made a motion earlier and it was seconded for discussion. It sounds like I don't think we would have a unanimous decision on that
Vote,
motion
please.
at this point.
Mayor Pro Tem Peak.
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenthal.
Yes.
Councilmember Mullen.
No.
Councilmember Wagner.
No.
Mayor Lamont.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I have been in this community my entire life. I know a lot of people in this community, and I have a lot of friends and acquaintances in this community. And just because somebody's a friend of mine doesn't mean that I would have to recuse myself from voting on a project when that relationship has no influence over my decision on that
I'm a
project.
contractor on the planning commission, and I'm very honored by that. And I would never step out and do anything that would hurt my being here. To ruin what my appointee, Paul Grisante, had put the faith in me to sit here with all of you and our fair city. So you can count on me never putting myself in that position as well.
Hello? Hello?
Rosemary, that was your video.
Yes, but it was the wrong one. It's the wrong video you played. Can you play the right one?
Mayor, would you like us to play the other video that was also submitted with this one?
Well, if you played the one that you understood to have been submitted, then no. If you played the one that you now realize was not the one that you were supposed to play, then yes.
There were two that were submitted from one person for two speakers.
And there was no indication of which one you were being asked to play? All right, well, I think we've seen one of the two videos that was submitted. Apparently there's 6 minutes of videos. You only get 3 minutes, so let's go to the next speaker.
Hi, yeah, if you can play that first video, that was supposed to play before that one, and then it's just going to be too confusing. I was supposed to talk after that part. So if you can play the other video and then
Application filed October 18th, 2016. Location is 6847 Wildlife Road within the appealable coastal zone. APN number 446-006-017. Zoning rural residential, 1 acre R1. And we have several public speakers, and will you go, Chris?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You can tell the anticipation on my face. A letter that is dated February 8th, 2017, that was addressed to me from Rick Zelinga, the lawyer representing the Spurbers in this case. And I appreciate the letter, and if you're out there, Rick, I'm sure you are. Thank you very much for bringing it to our attention. It's a letter that raises a question about the whether or not Councilmember Wagner is qualified to participate in the hearing. And the lawyer cites to the correct standard that we use to determine bias, and some of you I know are familiar with this because we employ this every time we look at the participation. It's our duty as a city to provide an unbiased tribunal, and I know that everybody in their heart of hearts believes that they can be fair and that they can set aside their own interests. And so thank goodness the law does not look into our heart of hearts to figure out who can participate and who cannot. Instead, we have an objective standard. And the standard looks at whether or not there is concrete evidence that there is going to be an unreasonable likelihood of, or an unreasonable probability of actual bias. The issue of concern had to do with observing before Councilmember Wagner was elected, so back when he was Citizen Wagner, at the last hearing that was held before this council on September 26, 2016, observing then Mr. Wagner discussing or shaking hands and appear to be conferring with the
Before
appellants.
this came to my attention, I had not seen the Farrars in years, and I in no way solicited in any form or fashion any kind of consulting other than shaking hands and saying good luck. That was the extent of my visit with them. It was back at that door there, and it probably took less than a minute or two.
Councilmember Wagner, did you, in that visit, discover anything that hasn't been raised already in the record or in the staff report?
No, the staff report is very thorough. Mr. Schmitz's presentation is very thorough, and I didn't discover anything new. It's all here in front of us.
Because I should also say that I visited both properties. I'm sorry I didn't make that declaration at the beginning of this. I visited both the Farrars property and met with Mr. Schmitz and Mr. Sperber.
How about the solution of sticking with the original altitude of the lawn? I mean, I don't understand why. I still haven't gotten a reason.
So I just.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
I need that.
Do we have another speaker?
That was our final virtual speaker.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask the city attorney to address the questions raised about Planning Commissioner Peak?
Let's do that during council member comments, which are going to be coming up shortly, but I mean, I don't think we're supposed to be asking questions at this point in time. Okay.
Sure. What do we have? That's commissioner comments. Is that right?
I'm sorry? Trevor, what'd you say?
You're going to do commissioner comments next and then bring to the council, right?
Yeah, well, first we're going to do commission and city manager updates, and then when we do council member comments.
I'm happy to address it when it comes back.
I also would like to ask a question of Mario Sandoval, public speaker.
Same. I mean, I'll seek advice from our city attorney, but it's been my experience that we ask questions during council member comments, not during.
I just want to make sure he stays on Zoom since he's not here. That he is indicated that he will be asked questions respectfly.
Okay, so that's
to not
hopefully
exit Zoom.
Hopefully Mario will stay around to answer questions during council member presentations. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so that takes us to commission, committee, and city manager updates. Do we have any commission or committee updates?
Lottie Sharon is present on Zoom to present an update.
Okay, let's hear from Lottie.
Thank you, Mayor Silverstein and City Council persons. I just wanted to give a brief update about some of our Arts Commission activities. We had the Poetry Jubilation on May 6th, and that last Friday we did the documentary 21 Miles at Bluffs for the community, and both of these events were very well attended. They're wonderful events. I don't know if, I know one of you went. I don't know about the others, but please try to make an effort to go. We really work hard on these things, and they're great events. Upcoming is an art exhibit called Expressions by Jane Seymour. It's on exhibit through June 30th. On June 4th at noon, the commission is going to host conversations with Jane Seymour, and that includes a Q&A. There are going to be refreshments, live entertainment, and of course it's free to attend. We're preparing our summer art exhibit titled Shifting Tides. Local artists are encouraged to submit surf-themed artwork for consideration. The deadline is June 7th, and for more information, please visit our website. The 23-25 Malibu Poet Laureate application period closed on May 21st, this past Sunday. The Poet Laureate Committee will review the applicants and present the Arts Commission with a recommendation. Then, of course, it's got to be approved by City Council later this summer. We'll also release a 2023 Student Poetry and Art Anthology next month. It's a 150-page book, and it's a compilation of poetry and artwork through the city's art and education program. It includes work from local schools, including Malibu Elementary, Webster, Malibu Middle School, and distance learning classes. As you know, we also ran an Art Center survey for the community, and I shared the results of that several months ago with the council. We'd like to ask that you add this to your June agenda for consideration and your comments. A survey really needs to formally be done by the city to determine the best use of city-acquired properties. The community spoke, according to our survey, and I'd like to make it formally through the city if you could possibly take that on. Nothing's been done in all this time since the acquisition of these properties, and demand from the community is real. It's been too long, and it needs to be determined. And we want to finally see the City Council discuss an art center for our town. Finally, the Arts Commission would love to congratulate Kristen Riesco on her new position as Director of Community Services. We're absolutely thrilled that she's formally on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Lottie. Okay. If there are no other commission or committee updates, we will now have the city manager update. Maybe you can start off with Kristen.
Thank you, Mayor Silverstein, members of the council. And yes, I was actually going to save that to the very end of my report, but very happy to announce Kristen Riesco as our new Community Services Director. Now the whole report will go downhill from there. So thank you. Just a couple things to report. Just picking up on other good work that Kristen and the staff are doing. I'm happy to report that we're moving forward with the Snack Shack. The city's completed the demolition of the pre-existing container. We've got the new container installed. The equipment has been purchased. We expect to finish upgrading on the electrical system by midweek. The County Public Health was out last week and inspected the facility and issued the temporary food facility permit, which would allow Malibu Little League to prepare and sell food on site. Little League is working on getting everything together, and I believe they plan to open this week. So good news there. Of course, coming this Monday is Memorial Day. Just wanted to report that all city parks will be open on Memorial Day, Monday 29th from 8 a.m. to sunset, except the Malibu Community Pool, which will be closed that day. We do ask park patrons to abide by park rules and remind people that barbecues, alcohol, and fireworks are prohibited in city parks. As we heard from the Arts Commission Chair, Sharon, we did have the screening, outdoor film screening for the 21 Miles in Malibu last Friday. Had about 150 people that braved the cool and kind of misty conditions there. But thank you to everybody who put that together. And I heard there was a good discussion as well as part of that. I want to report that the city is making progress towards our long-awaited Pacific Coast Highway signal synchronization project. Back in February, as you know, the council had approved the construction agreement. The project will improve traffic signals throughout the Malibu PCH corridor, assisting in reducing overall traffic congestion, improving traffic flow, and improving safety for all modes of travel. The project will install communication lines between the existing traffic signals on PCH from Topanga Canyon Road to John Taylor Drive, so that signals can be synchronized to traffic conditions. They will be connected to the Caltrans Traffic Management Center, which will allow Caltrans to operate the signals in the traffic system remotely. So that will be helpful in the case of an emergency or when we have increased volume of traffic conditions. Construction is estimated to take about a year to complete and will begin soon. As I reported a couple of weeks ago, the city is receiving, or actually not the city, I should say, actually the westward portion of Zuma Beach has been designated to receive a Blue Flag Award. This award is one of only two that have been given to beaches in the United States. The other one is going to Delray Beach in Florida. And Blue Flag is an international awards program that promotes environmental education and information, environmental management, safety and services, and social responsibility, among other aspects that they do. To be considered for the award, Westward Beach had to meet more than 30 specific criteria to meet the categories for that award. So the award presentation for that is going to take place this Thursday afternoon. I believe the mayor will be speaking as part of that. We are continuing part 2 with our City Council Goals Workshop this Wednesday morning, so scheduled for that. And then for the public, just to remind everybody that we have additional week off in between regular City Council meetings. So no meeting, obviously, Memorial Day or the following Monday, and we'll be back with the next regular meeting on June 12th. And then also wanted to report that we're also moving forward with trying to fill some other vacancies in the city. We have interviews scheduled for the deputy city manager position. I believe those are coming up in the next week or so. And we are also happy to report that we are going to be welcoming not one, but 2 new deputy city clerks to start early next month. I'd be happy to answer any questions from the council, and I also know that Sergeant Soderlund is here to give any report from the police.
Why don't we have Sergeant Sutherland report first, and then we'll see if there are any questions.
Oh, there we go. All right, good evening, City Council. I have 3 items to report to you on. A few meetings ago, I talked about a burglary where a DNA was used to locate one of the suspects. Well, in that case, there was a second suspect involved, and we were able to identify the second suspect using DNA. And that suspect, he's a male white, born in 1985. He has no criminal histories in California. However, he has an extensive criminal history in Nevada and Utah. And our detective bureau was able to obtain felony burglary charges for both these suspects in that incident, and obtained extradition from Nevada, where they're currently in custody right now. The Malibu Special Assignment Deputies over the past 2 weeks, between them, they have made 5 arrests. 2 of them are for felonies. One was for an assault with a deadly weapon warrant, and the other one was for a sales of narcotics warrant, and then 3 additional misdemeanor arrests. And between the deputies, they issued 44 citations for various infractions of the law. And finally, coinciding with the 21 miles in Malibu discussion about PCH safety we had on Friday, yesterday, one of the beach team traffic units was monitoring traffic on Pacific Coast Highway southbound from Trancas Canyon in the construction area, and observed 3 vehicles, 1 Porsche, 1 Lamborghini, and 1 Ferrari, driving at a high rate of speed, which he estimated to be 70 miles an hour or faster. And they appeared to be racing each other. He was able to stop all 3 of them, and they all 3 knew each other. And he arrested all 3 of them for reckless driving. One of the drivers was driving on a suspended license, which was suspended for multiple speeding citations. The other one had no license, and all 3 of the vehicles were impounded for 30 days. So we are out there, and we are cracking down.
Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you very much. Excellent job.
Outstanding.
All right.
What does it take?
I can't begin to tell you how pleased I am that those 3 people got their cars towed for free. And they'll be stored for at least 30 days, right?
I'll give you a little bit of a side note on it. They are staying at an Airbnb here in Malibu for the summer, and they're all from New Jersey. And they had their cars shipped here to enjoy them for the summer, which they will not be enjoying them for the next month.
Can we make it 2 months?
We'll see what we can do.
Thank you.
I'm not asking you to do this publicly, but can the city find out who is renting their property to this people that were apprehended?
I will look into that and let you know.
Okay. What does it take to actually seize a car as opposed to impound it for 30 days?
A court order from a judge.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Paul, I don't think it's stored for free. I think they're going to pay a substantial fine.
I was being sarcastic, but I really am very glad that those guys don't have transportation. Let me put it that way.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Does anybody have any questions of the city manager or comments for that matter?
Doesn't want to work.
No? Okay, so that'll take us to City Council member reports. And Miriam, why don't you go first since you have some questions?
Thank you. Could we start with Mario Sandoval with MRCA? My question would be, I think that the residents are encouraged that they're doing fire clearance and other vegetation monitoring. Have they approached the city to outline a schedule for those activities that perhaps we could get notification out to our residents when those items are going to occur and have a cooperative relationship between our agency and their agency?
Hello, Councilmember Riggins. We have not reached out to the city in regards to the California Conservation Corps schedule working on state property. Going forward, I can look into whether or not we will be coordinating with the city, and I kindly ask, would you like that response in writing to your city clerk?
I think working with the city manager's office would be the appropriate location, and if, you know...
or the planning department.
Or the planning department, as the city manager directs, so that we can make sure that everyone's working in cooperation with one another for fire protection in our community.
Okay, understood.
Thank you very much.
I thought you had a question of Trevor as well. Yeah, well, go ahead. Ask all your questions and make all your comments at this point.
So with regards to Planning Commissioner Peak's activities, both at his time as a city council member and now as a planning commissioner, can you possibly enlighten us on anything? That would be great.
Sure, this is an issue that we have looked into, and I'm glad it's brought up because everyone in Malibu should feel confident when they come before the city council with an application that they are going to have an impartial and unbiased decision maker before them that would make a decision on their application. Regarding the allegations regarding Commissioner Peak, I think it involved work on a property that he had previously voted to approve a project on. My understanding is that there were no promises made to Commissioner Peak for future work, and in fact, the owner that did hire Commissioner Peak was not the owner at the time that the application was approved. As a result, there was no violation of the Political Reform Act. There was no financial benefit promised or paid to Commissioner Peak in exchange for or that he had any type of remuneration at the time that the decision was made. Besides the Political Reform Act, the videos also mentioned the common law standard, and this requires commissioners and council members to recuse themselves if there would be an unacceptable probability of actual bias. Doesn't need actual bias, but just an unacceptable probability of actual bias in that situation. And as I believe some of the clips, illustrate, just knowing an applicant or being friendly with someone does not require recusal. But if someone is close friends with an applicant, such that they couldn't be a fair decision maker, then recusal would be proper. And in such cases, the current mayor has actually recused himself in such a situation, and as have former council members, including Mikey Pearson.
I would just say that, I addressed this previously, and I wish to address it again. I feel honored to have been able to appoint Commissioner Peak to the Planning Commissioner. He brings a wealth of experience in our community. His proven environmental concern and his knowledge of the community is invaluable in his role as a Planning Commissioner. And I'm really disappointed that there's members of the community that are choosing to attack him and his ability to continue to work for our community in a fair and balanced manner. And I really wish it would end. With regards to my activities of the last couple weeks, I attended the Contract Cities Meet Conference in Indian Wells over this last weekend. It's a great conference. There were a lot of attendees through both local politics. The County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath was in attendance. Also Supervisor Catherine Barger was in attendance. There were speakers from LA County Fire Department, LA County Sheriff was there. They gave a number of presentations on things that are going on in other communities and also on the county and state level, and it was an invaluable experience, and I look forward to attending again in the future. Other than that, that was really it. And I hope we can find some commonality with MRCA with regards to the stewardship on their properties and a balance on how they interact with our local community to provide good access to everyone involved. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marianne. Who would like to go next? Paul?
Okay. Last couple of weeks have been fairly action-packed. Started with a COG meeting, Council of Governments meeting, that is typically about 2 hours. Talked about a lot of different things that affect Malibu and the other members, the other COG cities. As we are all customers of the Sheriff's Department, everybody has been very enthusiastic about what was coming up, which included the public safety weekend. There was the Sheriff's Department had a lovely event at the Lost Hills, which I attended and participated with the CERT team. And the fire department also, the same time, had their own thing. And I was not able to attend that because I was attending the other one, but I've heard it was well attended and very good as well. And I was able to visit parts of the Sheriff's Department that you normally have to get arrested to see. And that was very interesting, and I'm glad that I hadn't bothered to get arrested. It's much more efficient this way. They let you go the same minute you want to leave. After that, the next meeting I attended had to do with the watershed. There's a meeting for the Watershed Council that includes everything, all the waters that fall and flow out through Malibu. And they had a number of people who have done various projects within the watershed reporting. This was their annual report. And lots of good stuff happening. There's a project coming up on the Steelhead. And there was a gentleman named Tom Ford who was there, who was talking about the restoration that was done at Zuma Beach that I believe Steve participated in, and other things that he's doing, including planting eelgrass in places that they thought it would not survive, and it's thriving, things like that. Very nice guy, and I ran into him again a week later, which we'll get to in a minute. I also attended a Smart Coast California meeting, which was held for Thursday and Friday of last week in Newport Beach. It was also attended by the executive director of the Coastal Commission and her senior staff, who talked to us for over 40 minutes. And she hung around and came to the social, and I managed to speak to her for a half an hour uninterrupted, which I found very fascinating and useful for our future relationships with the Coastal Commission. And I think that we're very fortunate to have her. She's a very outgoing, very interesting person, very smart person, and I couldn't be happier. We had a lot of other people talking about various projects up and down the state of California, including people who have done beach restoration projects where the sand has been accreting after it was all the way back at the front of their houses. There is hope for things like Broad Beach if it ever got to the point where they actually found some sand that the Coastal Commission liked. And that's about it. And I'm hoping to go to those things again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Doug, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thank you very much. First off, congratulations to Kristen. By the way, when it was announced, I could see how red your face was all the way over here. So a very well-deserved promotion. Congratulations. And I'm looking forward to the first hot dog I get from the stand, too. I'd already seen the feature 21 Miles. If you haven't seen it, you've got to see it. When we talk about PCH safety, this brings it home. The Shane family's done a wonderful job at presenting this story. It's got many people that you know here in Malibu that talk about the issues they see, and it's the it's the right story to be told at the right time. And thanks very much to everybody that put it on, and I encourage you to see it. We did have the Sheriff's Substation ad hoc committee met recently. You'll see some of the comments that we have about the Sheriff's Substation included in the budget. I think this is a very positive event for the city, what we're planning on doing. Hopefully it's effective July 1st. Can't wait to see the sergeant here all the time. Drop in periodically, get a cup of coffee, and by the way, just visit the jail cells, Paul. You don't want to go in. Just want to visit. Yeah, that's right. I also attended as the alternate the Council of Governments meeting. Paul already covered that. I also attended the Heal the Bay event last week. Ran into Congress Assemblywoman Irwin and Senator Ben Allen. They were both there, and very good program. If you don't know about Heal the Bay, it's worth your time to see what they contribute to the benefit of the entire bay out here and clean water activities in total. We also today, I think all of us received a letter from many of the leaders in the school system here. It was addressed to both the City Council as well as the school board. And I just want to reiterate the fact that we do take this very seriously about school safety. It's very active, what we have going on, and I can't wait to see some of the reports that are coming out on that. It's not anything we want to have happen to our city. It's happened to other places, and we need to do everything we can to be responsive and prevent that. Let's see. I'd also like to see if we can't bring up a motion. I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the Seaview hotel project. As Paul mentioned, there's been conversations with the Coastal Commission about the city of Malibu. I know that the Haney operation has had conversations with them. There's a lot of things going on in the background on this. I think it's appropriate that we bring it up for reconsideration. I don't know if it's going to pass. I don't know if anybody's going to change their mind on it, but it's time to put it on the calendar and make sure that we have it properly placed. So if we do decide that the issues that we had addressed previously have been corrected, we'll be able to move it forward and get it approved. So I'd like to ask if we can get a motion to reconsider the Seaview project for the date of either June 12th or June 26th, depending on what the planning department and the applicant might wish to bring forward. And I think I need a second for that.
I'll second that motion.
Just to clarify, this is not a motion for reconsideration of the actual action. This is just to put it on a future agenda to get an update and consider the item.
Actually, I want to take that clarification one step further. A year ago, Steve and I moved to reconsider a allocation of library funds, and the process we were told we needed to follow was that we needed to put on the agenda a motion to decide whether to reconsider. And if the City Council voted yes on that motion, then it went on the calendar to hear the reconsidered motion. So long as it's clear that what Doug is asking is that at whatever meeting he said, we have a discussion of whether to thereafter reconsider the decision. Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking to put it up for reconsideration, but I did check with the city attorney, and I don't believe we need to have it on the agenda to put it as a request for reconsideration. Am I correct or not?
All right. I think just to make it clear, I'll try to make it clear for the record here. There's no motion for reconsideration tonight that's not on the agenda, and what is being requested is to put an item on the agenda to basically get an update if there is any new information, and then to consider taking action on the LCP amendment as approved by the Coastal Commission. That is what you're seeking, is that correct?
That's correct, but let me make sure that we're clear on this. If we decide to adopt that resolution because there's been changes made, we'll be able to do it at that meeting and start the clock, because I understand from the applicant that there is a tight timeline to be followed.
What you're agendizing now would not bring a resolution to take that action that night, but you can. But at that meeting, you can direct staff to return with a resolution approving the LCP amendment, adopting it, or any other type of action at that meeting.
All right, then I'd like to make it for June 12th then.
What is the vote required to reconsider?
it's going to just need a majority vote to take that action.
Steve, were you going to
Because the action previously was to take no action, so we just need a motion to take an action.
Paul?
My second is for what you just said.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm opposed to reconsidering the decision to take no action unless prior to the hearing that evening, we've been told that the Coastal Commission has changed its approach and is either willing to give the city of Malibu the ability to determine how the money is to be spent, or at least a veto on their determination of how the money is to be spent. So I don't think we should rehear the LCPA unless something has changed. And we gave direction as to what it would be that should change in order to change our decision. So I guess I'll ask, can we have a friendly amendment that we would have the motion heard only if we are told that a change has occurred?
I appreciate your comment, but I think that given the time frame and the compactness of all this, we probably need to have an open item for it. And clearly, if there's been no change in the situation, it was not going to go forward. So I understand exactly what you're trying to have here, an efficiency of time and also efficiency of the process. But let's leave it open-minded, open-ended, just so that we can hear what the status is. Because they may have something in the works, they may be waiting for something, and if we can get enough confidence that we want to move forward, we could bring it back at the 26th of June meeting and get the legislation or whatever we need to have in order to move this forward. I just want to keep us not losing this project because we were time constrained.
Paul?
Do I understand that at the meeting on the 12th, we couldn't discuss what the changes were? Is that what's, or do we?
I'm declining that as a friendly amendment. I think we just want to leave it open-ended, and I certainly appreciate the mayor's comment. Okay. But I think it's going to be too time constrained. If we had weeks and weeks to deal with this, I wouldn't be as eager to get it on the agenda.
Okay, are there any other comments? So I guess we'll take a roll call on whether to put onto the agenda of what night?
June 12th.
June 12th, a motion to reconsider the LCPA decision.
As I described earlier, to receive the report on the current status, and then provide an opportunity for the council to give direction if it wants to take a different action.
Well, as I understand, we'd essentially be having the same hearing we had 2 meetings ago.
It would, yes, it would be coming back. It'd be an update if there's any new information, and then the council could direct further action at that point in time.
Okay.
By the way, I would recommend that the applicant not relitigate the situation. We just need an update.
Okay, so if there are no further comments, let's get a roll call on whether to have that hearing anew to decide whether to make a different decision.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Urine?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
No.
Motion carries.
Okay. Further report?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doug. Steve?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Kristen, congratulations. I met Kristen the first time at one of the events she was holding in City Hall. One of these where all the emergency people were there, and I said, I met her, I said, hi, how are you? Do you do this? She says, yep, this is my baby, and she meant it. All right, so congratulations. I think you're going to do good. I did participate in the Cal strategy meetings we've been having. There was other things I wanted to do, but I hurt my arm and didn't get quite as far as I wanted to. I did want to mention, a couple meetings ago, there was a house on Ballard Road that came before us. And if you remember what it was, it required a 36-foot retaining wall. And I think there were 4,000 truckloads of dirt we were going to export. And the owners of that house were compassionate in terms of how they wanted to move back into Malibu. Malibu was the home, and they just put the house on the market. So just so you understand, just got to be careful when we listen to what we hear up here, because not all of it is accurate as it should be. I did spend a little bit of time chasing down some information I got from Norm Haney. And basically, I'm not going to go through all the stuff because some of it wasn't necessarily correct. But what happened was in December of 2021, the Coastal Commission the staff made the decision of what they were going to modify for the Seaview Hotel. On January 17th, there was a meeting between the city staff and Coastal Commission where they were told that the $800,000 was going to the MRCA along with all the other changes that were made, and then the item was going to be brought forward to a February Coastal Commission meeting. Now, a week later, we had a city council meeting, and nobody told us this was going to happen. My only point was, I think maybe if we had known that this issue was coming up and know it was going to be on the February agenda, we might have had a chance to send some council people down to the Coastal Commission to argue our point without, putting all the burden back on Norm. So it's just something to think about. I did have a chance, I got called by some people over in Sycamore Park over the weekend to go up and take a look at what's going on there in terms of the MRCA posting signs and sort of taking over that place. Joe Evanston is very aggressive, and he's got, we've got residents up there have fines against them in the range of like $21 million, which I don't know, that seems like extortion to me, but what do I know? We're going to have to think about if there's anything we can do to help those folks out. And then finally, there was a meeting scheduled for May 30th at the Jewish Center dealing with the LCP, and and I got an email that I can't tell if that meeting's on or off. I've got emails going both ways.
If you're asking me, the city notified the proposer of the meeting that that was not an appropriate location, and the city supplied them a list of other locations that would be approvable. And I think right now they're just working on where they're going to land.
Okay.
And I'm hoping the meeting comes off.
And you're going to have the refreshment thing starting at 5 o'clock before the meeting, right? I was looking forward to that.
Steve, if you want refreshments at 5:30, I will make sure they're there.
It was just a thought. Okay, Mayor, back to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I thank everybody for their comments. I have a question for the city attorney first, which is Mr. Sandoval stated that the MRCA cannot afford to take off any time to accommodate local ordinances. I wrote that down. That was a quote. And he also said that because the land on which they were doing the work is state property, local ordinances do not apply. Do Malibu ordinances apply to property within Malibu that the state owns or not?
The state does have immunities to some of our local ordinances. I don't know enough about this particular situation, and in any case, it doesn't exempt them from any requirements of the Coastal Act. So they would still need compliance with that. I don't know if this is an exempt activity or something we need a coastal development permit or other type of process. The problem is that the MRCA tends not to tell staff if they're going to do some work. The staff has made it very clear multiple times that they're happy to look at this. If it is exempt work and does not require any permits in the city, then they can inform the neighborhood and there's not an issue. If it does require it, then it can be determined, but we have not received cooperation in providing that in advance, and that's why there tend to be these situations where there's work being done and neighbors call up and we don't have any record of any permits on it, and we're sorting out on the fly whether this is work that is permitted or not permitted.
Okay, well, I think that the specific example that was given had nothing to do with getting a permit. It was a statement that there was work being done on a Sunday on an alleged easement through a private neighborhood within the city of Malibu, and that the MRCA is not required to abide by the local ordinance that prohibits work on Sunday. Is that accurate?
Like I said, I don't know exactly what they were doing there. It sounds like it's a kind of maintenance activity. It could be exempt. I'm not sure exactly the nature of what they have there. It sounds like an easement, not a property owned by the state properly. So it would be something I would want to look into in more detail before I
Okay, and I'll add to that I've been contacted by residents, I think we all have, about that particular location, and it's been asserted to me, I don't know whether it's accurate or inaccurate, that the city owns a portion of the easement that the MRCA claims to own, and that there is in fact not a trail throughout that entire neighborhood owned by the MRCA. So I would hope that we would be looking into that to get some clarity on who owns the easement, because if there is not an easement, then everything that was said is inaccurate. If there is an easement, then it's just a question of which law applies.
Yeah, we don't have this on the agenda right now, but there are issues related to that area that our office has been looking into, and others as well.
Okay. Steve, you wanted to
just a very quick, I've talked to the people up there, and I think what happens is, the MRCA has gone through there and they've pulled out items off people's personal property. I think the people get scared as hell when they see the MRCA going up and working anyplace, because they're not sure what the heck they're going to do and what the impact's going to be on the residents. So I think that may be some of the problem. So I think Mary Ann's suggestion that says, tell us ahead of time what you're going to do. Maybe we can inform the residents so we take that fear away from what's going on up there. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so,
Mayor,
go ahead.
could I ask the city attorney to give us an answer on this issue? I mean, it's just a Sunday noise and construction ordinance. Does it apply or not apply? And I think it would be good for us to know.
Happy to.
Okay, so also Steve Euring mentioned the project on Balliard. I was going to make some comments about that, but I know we have a long agenda tonight, so I'm going to withhold them till next week. But there's some information that's interesting about that one. So in the last 2 weeks, I've attended by Zoom 2 CalStrat meetings. I did attend the 21 Miles in Malibu film the other night. I introduced it. I spent many hours preparing for the appeal we're going to be hearing later tonight, which is interesting to say the least. It raises a lot of questions. So I'll discuss them later. Steve Euring had arranged for a tour of the old courthouse for purposes of considering whether we could do something with the county or the state or whoever owns it or operates it in terms of an art center or something else for the city. I'd never been in there before, so that was interesting to me. I wish we had a courthouse. It was a nice courthouse. Well, we already voted on Norm Haney's request. I will say that we all received on a letter dated May 10. The first substantive paragraph says, clearly at least one council member believes the LCPA and therefore the entire hotel project has already been terminated because at the April 24 council meeting no action was taken. I'd submit that that's disingenuous at best or a complete misunderstanding of what happened. I've never said and don't believe that the LCPA has been terminated. What I did say, and what I'm sure that the council did that evening, was to decide to take no action unless and until we were told that there was an amendment to the agreement to give the $800,000 to the MRCA. So I did not believe that the project was terminated or the LCPA was rejected that night. I understood that an opportunity to change the facts and come back with changed facts was provided. No problem. Norm also states in the letter that a failure to adopt the LCPA will result in the potential loss of $70 million of revenue over the next 30 years. And as I've previously noted, Steve Euring has requested financial projections for the project when it was before the council, substantively originally, and they were not provided. So that's just a statement which we've not yet seen documentation to support. The issue of Schuyler and to some extent Dennis Smith, I was going to talk about this during the appeal, but it's a more general concept, so I'll discuss it now very briefly. I watched the Planning Commission meetings when a matter is going to be coming before the City Council that was heard in the Planning Commission, and sometimes I watch them in general. Many of the decisions are 3-2 approvals. Craig Hill and John Mazza vote no. Jeff Jennings, Dennis Smith, and historically Mark Wetton, now Schuyler Peak, vote yes. I'm not saying that happens every time, but it's a pretty common occurrence. when some many issues before the Planning Commission don't involve a particular property or a particular ordinance. They involve general concepts. But when the Planning Commission is interpreting an ordinance where one interpretation will result in more development in Malibu or the prospect of more development in Malibu, and a contrary interpretation will result in less development in Malibu or more likely the prohibition of certain development, anyone whose livelihood depends on making money on development, be them a developer or a contractor, has an inherent conflict of interest. It has nothing to do with whether they know the owner, has nothing to do whether they intend to get work on a project. Those would be particular conflicts. But the mere fact that somebody's livelihood depends on development or working on development creates a conflict when a decision is being made that's going to promote development or squash development. And that troubles me. And it particularly troubles me when the deciding vote, where it's 3-2 or even 4-1, where the deciding vote is by a person who fits that description. It's my understanding, and maybe the city attorney can comment on this too, that if an individual on a commission or on the city council has a general financial interest in an outcome that's not shared generally by the community, say 10% or 15% of the community is involved in a particular industry, and that person is in that industry, but generally the community is not, that is a conflict of interest, is it not?
No, I don't believe so. You would need to have either a specific financial interest as defined by the Political Reform Act, or it would need to fall under common law as an unacceptable probability of actual bias. And we're talking a lot about this issue. It's not agendized, so I just want to, we can make a brief comment. I just don't want to get into a full discussion.
Okay, well, I think that Steve Euring is going to be getting this agendized, so I guess we'll have a more full discussion of that then. Those are my comments, and that will take us to the consent calendar. So, again, remote participants, please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak on an item on the consent calendar. Has any member of the public asked to have an item on the consent calendar pulled?
No, we don't have any in-person speaker signups for anything on the consent calendar, and I don't have any raised hands in Zoom.
Great, thank you. Does any member of council wish to pull any item on the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar. I'll be abstaining from 3B3.
I'll second.
And I too will be abstaining from 3B3.
Okay, so nobody's asked to pull anything. Can we have a roll call on the motion?
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to item 4A, proposed budget for fiscal year 2023-24. Again, please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak on this item, and you'll be called after, it says after the staff report. Do we have any public speaker slips?
Not at this point.
Okay, great. So can we have a staff report, please?
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, tonight you will hear the proposed budget for the third time out of 4 opportunities that this has been in front of the Council or a subcommittee. We will be conducting the hearing and receiving any final direction for staff from the City Council tonight. So quick overview of what we will be reviewing tonight. Again, the budget development process in our calendar. We'll touch on some of the direction we've received to date and the modifications we've made. We'll again look at the budget summary, what that looks like for revenues and expenditures, how that's impacted fund balance, the department changes. We'll touch on the general fund grant recommendations, which the Administration and Finance Subcommittee recommended to Council, and then we'll touch on the summary and the next steps. So real quick reminder where we're at. We are now in May, clearly at the public hearing. We've gone through different steps since February, and then the next step will be hopefully adoption in June at the June 26th council meeting. So we held the budget workshop at the end of April, and then we met with Administration and Finance Subcommittee, and we received some recommendations and changes to our budget. And thanks to the guidance of Councilmember Stewart and his expertise in banking, we've changed some of our investment positions and increased our interest earnings. We initially, across all funds, had budgeted about $355,000. We've since increased that by about $2.5 million. We're estimating about $2.9 million overall. That was due to the fact that right now we are in a position of earning about 3.59% on nearly $81 million in investments. So conservatively, we're estimating about $2.9 million over the next fiscal year. And that changed again by about $2.5 million of what we had previously presented to council. On the expenditure front, we did make some increases on the recruitment and retention effort. We are conducting the class and comp study, so we put a placeholder of a rough swag of 5% increase on all salaries and benefits. That equates to about a $764,000 increase, so we put that aside in the non-department budget. We also added $225,000 in the HR budget for ongoing recruitment and retention efforts. We'll discuss that more at the workshop, at the work plan workshop this week. The sheriff contract, we continue to try to estimate what we believe the staffing and services will look like for the substation. Our previous iteration of the budget had about $13.5 million for all sheriff services. We've increased that by $1.4 million, so that's now at $14.9 million overall for those services. We did hear clearly from the council that there's going to be, or potentially the priority to look at our vacant properties and initiate some design efforts on that. So we did put aside $75,000 for those efforts, assuming that that will proceed. There was also discussion on adding a car for the volunteers on patrol. That's about $65,000 for that type of vehicle. So we added that in the public works budget. And we do anticipate some more work happening on the school district separation, so we increased that by about $25,000. And then we also heard that our wastewater treatment facility has some delays due to things out of our control. So that will likely not be proceeding in the next fiscal year, but will likely come back in fiscal year 24-25. And so that's a big change over our budget, since that's a $16.5 million project. So where our overall budget is at now, our total revenues are $81.77 million. Of that, nearly 70% is general fund, or $57 million in revenue. Our total expenditures are $93.16 million. About 75% of that's general fund, although nearly $12 million of that is capital. So that general fund number reduces in the next slide, and we'll touch on that. But you see where our other funds are, and we're happy to answer any questions if you have questions on those. General fund revenue and expenditures, our biggest revenue sources are property taxes, sales and use tax, and TOT. As you can see, that takes up most of the pie charts. And then on our expenditures for departments, we're at $58 million. And now with the sheriff contract increasing significantly, public safety is our largest department. Right behind that is management and administration, because of course we have a lot of different programs within management and administration: city manager's office, council, city clerk, finance, IT. So a lot of the internal operations of the city are in management and administration. And then of course our other departments, but I won't go through each one. And then we wanted to try to reconcile as best as possible the balance. We had this discussion last time we were in front of the council at the workshop, and again at ANF, trying to explain as best we can where our ongoing revenue meets our ongoing expenditures. So you saw on the previous slides that our total revenue was about $57 million. You reduce that for disaster capital of nearly $2.2 million. That brings our ongoing revenue to $54.9 million. Our total general fund expenditures, less the other significant general fund capital, is $58.2 million. Remove some SCE settlement, Woolsey Fire funds that are going to be applied, that's $1.5 million, and also reduce for some transfers that are occurring. And our main ongoing general fund expenditures are $54.86 million. And so that delta is about $18,000. That's the positive remainder that would be falling to our fund balance. But in essence, that provides us a balanced budget. So you can see, again, this chart of our general fund reserves. We've grown incredibly over the last few years. Some of that was unanticipated in how well we recovered from the pandemic. Going into next year, we are anticipating a relatively flat undesignated reserve due to that balanced budget that we're presenting of only an $18,000 impact. And so here's that detail. Where we ended the fiscal year 21-22 year, we were at $55.2 million in undesignated funds of the total general fund of $72.1 million. This year, we're anticipating to end the undesignated amount at $65.8. A lot of that, again, due to the unanticipated growth unanticipated benefit that we had from the pandemic, recovering from the pandemic in a better position than most cities. So that grew to $65.8 million, anticipating that to be flat through the fiscal year, and again being $65.9 million. Our overall projected fund balance at the end of next year for the general fund will be $75.6 million. On the personnel front, we have 115 total FTE. We are looking to add 4 additional positions: an IS administrator that'll support systems implementation, administrative assistant in planning, an assistant planner in planning, and associate planner. And that's part of a larger 3-year effort to add 10 positions in the planning department. 2 new job specifications. This will not have an impact on our FTE count. But this will provide more flexibility to the department. There would be a deputy public works director and an engineering technician. And we touched on adding recruitment and retention efforts. We've added $225,000 for future efforts. And we also, up to the upper right there, we added the 5% placeholder. That's a footnote on our total COLA, 5%, which is $764,000 for salaries and benefits. We also have the base COLA that is being applied. That's about a $640,000 impact. And last year we increased that by 7.4%. Our CalPERS rates have gone up slightly, and we will be bringing back a CalPERS resolution to ensure that we are capturing all of our contribution there. We have previously and historically funded 100% of the PERS Classic members. We want to maintain that to try to maintain our recruitment and retention efforts. We believe that's a positive benefit. And overall, our total salaries and benefits for the city is $16.74 million. So the department changes, management administration went up by about $1 million since the last time we showed this to you. So the change from the last fiscal year or the current fiscal year is $1.6 million. We have added $170,000 total in the city manager's office. The main variances there are adding a grant consultant and some funds for professional services, potentially for a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging program, and also hopefully more process improvement. We are trying to build out our financial systems and finance. We touched on human resources. We're increasing recruitment and retention efforts. Information systems, we're adding the information systems administrator. City Hall, we have to do some ongoing maintenance and facility improvements, so we need to replace all the carpet. We need to upgrade our fire suppression system in our server room. And then the more significant increase, as we touched on again, non-departmental, we're adding a placeholder for the class and comp study of a potential impact there. We don't know what that would be, but we thought 5% was a fair conservative number. Public safety, that's also the big increase. So the sheriff contract related services, that's about a $4.5 million increase over the previous budget. Again, it's only an estimate at this time, but we're doing our best to try to capture all the anticipated services that we believe the new substation will have, and the increases that we got from the county, where they were adding the 7.6% increase on their costs and also some other administrative fees. Community services, no changes since the last time we showed this. They have about a net increase of $700,000, increasing activity of all recreation activities, and also some maintenance costs for the skate park and general park maintenance. Environmental sustainability has about a $2.2 million increase, no change from the last time we displayed this in front of council. And again, the bulk of that is for ongoing professional services to try to keep up with the workload. Planning, also no change. That's about a $600,000 increase, mostly due to adding 3 new positions. Public Works has about a $350,000 increase. They have some increased street maintenance work. Fleet operations, we're adding 5 vehicles. One of the changes was adding that VOP vehicle from the last time we displayed this. Also in engineering, they're looking to do a green fleet policy, and we did put aside some of those funds for the vacant land, initiating plans for those. And then we touched on the job specifications that we're adding. So in summary, the big changes are really management and administration. That was a big change of about $1 million since the last time we were here. The sheriff contract, that's a significant change. And then generally there's just other salaries and benefit changes from the prior year and other materials and supplies across all departments. The general fund grant recommendation, so we initially had 22 organizations apply with about $556,000 in requests. The Administration and Finance Subcommittee reviewed all of those requests and recommended $200,000 going forward. These are the 20 organizations and the recommendations that went forward, so we would be looking for the council to approve those. And the next steps, so we will be having the work plan workshop this week on Wednesday, May 24th, and we hope to get some priorities from the council. And then we look to adopt the budget on June 26th. So your recommended actions tonight: conduct the public hearing and provide your, hopefully, final direction to staff with the budget heading into adoption in June.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any questions from council, not comments, but questions before we go to public comment? Okay. Do we have any speakers on Zoom?
No, we don't have any speaker slips or any raised hands in Zoom.
Okay, that will close the public hearing then. So that takes us to council comments and discussion. And I see Doug. Oh, City Manager, would like to say something first?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to jump on a little bit there at the end of the presentation, so thank you for the indulgence. I just wanted to point out, I think the council members are probably aware, but I also wanted to for the members of the public to be aware. You know, as Mr. Tony put up there, you know, we're pretty much looking at a balanced budget. You know, 18,000 to the black is, you know, pretty much balanced. I just want to point out something, again, might not be obvious to everybody who's seeing the numbers, but, you know, had we not had the sales tax, the TUT tax measure that was approved and went into effect this April, we would be looking at probably a little different budget today in terms of some of the decisions that we're able to make. So fortunately, I would say at this point, we were able to really well accommodate, I think, the number of requests and be able to handle the increase that we saw from the Sheriff's Department. So I just, as part of my message, you know, I think right now we're doing well, but I think, you know, I would say that the years where we were looking at pretty healthy surpluses have probably gone behind us at this point. So we all know that the state is looking at a sizable budget deficit. Right now, it doesn't look like they're going to be directly, you know, coming to take any revenues away from the cities, but we know historically in the past that has been an issue. I do think the state is being managed better than it was back, you know, 20 years ago, where we saw a lot of those URAF shifts and whatnot that really hurt local revenues. But it's something that we're going to need to watch going forward to see what the state is doing and to see what our own revenues are doing in terms of future years. So again, we're obviously in a very solid footing, and I think we will continue to do well in terms of you know, solid revenues with our property tax and sales tax and whatnot. But it's not looking quite as rosy as it was a few years back. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Doug, did you have comments?
Yeah, just some quick questions to Joe, Tony, and anyone else in the finance area. Quick comment about the cash management reserves. You know, you used an $80 million number when we saw the last report, and I would like to see those on a monthly basis, the cash management numbers. We should have about $90 million that's investable to some degree. And I'm not talking about taking, you know, stock risk or anything like that. This is usually risk-free investments. We should be seeing probably another $700,000 or more in income on this coming year. And when you look at the benchmark that we have in our cash management policy, it's the 2-year Treasury note. And right now, the 2-year Treasury note's about 4.3 as of this afternoon. And even if we just got 4% on that $90 million, we'd be looking at 3.6 million. So you'd have a pretty substantial increase. So I'm not asking you to do anything rash, but let's folks throttle up on that if you can. It's extra money, and it could make a big difference, especially as the city manager has said, the state starts coming for our piggy bank, we may need those extra funds. I also think we need to have a recommendation from the staff as to what the appropriate reserves are. If you look at the reserve numbers that we have, and maybe we can bring back slide number 9, I believe it was, that's got the reserves on it. Yeah, there. If you look at that number, we've got about 120% of undesignated reserves, and our number a few years ago was 75% and I'm not in favor of taking it back down to 65 or 70%, but even at 100% we have a surplus. And I think we need to know as we look in the budget going forward, especially at the land use issues that we might have, how much money do we have to spare if we want to use some of that as a reserve. And for the council members, there's also a $6.5 million contingency reserve that we have for the fire, flood, flames, whatever else might happen. So we're well reserved, and my thanks goes to the prior councils for having us in this position. We are fortunate to be here. But then it brings me to the question of the total reserves. If you look at the fact that we're at 65 million right now, and I'm still learning the nomenclature here as to what we might be looking at, I take that back. I see how you did it. Never mind. I see the fix. Never mind. I see it. And also, the last item I want to make is in the sheriff's budget, there was a conversation in A&F that we were trying to get some money from the county as a contribution. And I'd like to know how we're doing on that, and are they going to be able to contribute, especially because the sheriff's substation not only services the city limits of Malibu, but services the nearby areas too. So any feedback from them?
Yeah, we're still working with the county staff. Had a conversation with Director Duenas today about that, and we are hot on the trail of trying to get an answer from them on that, and we'll let you know as soon as we hear from them.
That's all I had. Just a closing comment to the finance staff. Excellent job. I mean, I know this is not easy to pull together, and you've done it now 3 times in a row. It's got to be a challenge just to even make it tick and tie together. So congratulations.
Who's next?
I'll go if it's okay.
Good, Paul.
Once again, I'm very happy that we are in good financial situation. I'm extremely grateful that we have had city councils before us who made prudent decisions, which has left us in a position where we have, among other things, a bunch of vacant land, and it's starting to look like we have the money to do something with some of it without leaving ourselves bare when the next recession hits. And I'm really grateful for that, and I'd love to, I think Doug's thoughts about finding a number that we would be comfortable with going forward as we design and hopefully get to a point where we can begin construction on some of these future projects. And I'm grateful that when I look at how detailed all of this stuff is, and it makes me a lot more comfortable. I mean, as a homeowner, you usually look in the bank account, you look at what your bills are, and you go, oh, I'm doing okay. This will be good. Everything, and you check your stock portfolio. Oh, everything's going sideways, but I'm prudent. But this is much, much better, and it's really quite comforting to me as a public official. Thank you.
Miriam?
Okay.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, a couple things. One, I'd like to thank Renee. I mean, she does this stuff with Excel spreadsheets. And I've had a number of years I did budgets, and that is not an easy thing to do. So getting an updated financial system, put that high on your priority list, and hopefully it'll be high on our priority list, because I think you need one of those. Couple things, and maybe to answer Doug's question about how big a reserve should be. You know, after the last fire, we had a lot of problems, right? I mean, we stopped putting raises in for the employees. So maybe, and I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, the rains were good when they came down, and if you drive through the canyons now, the growth is moving pretty quickly. Whether that's going to present us with a problem or not, I don't know. But maybe just some overview that said after the last fire, here are the things that really we got squeezed on. So if we're going to determine our reserves, we want to make sure that we've got those things sort of set aside so we don't get caught shorthanded somewhere down the line. And I don't know, Doug, if this was the comment or the item you were talking about in terms of getting some relief from the county, but we pay for the beach team, and I think that cost us $1 million or what, I don't know what that number is anymore. And, you know, just somewhere down the line, we may want to talk to the county about maybe having them try and pick up some of that cost because, you know, it's a county beach and we're spending a lot of money to help them out. What the other one I had? Sheriff. Okay, it's a placeholder. And people keep asking me this question, and I don't know the answer. What does it cost to have our own sheriff's department? Anybody ever have is there a rough number? Because I don't know. I mean, people say we're up, you know, it's up to 14 million now. And people say, geez, can we do that on our own? Beats the heck out of me. So if somebody could just, you know, I don't need a detailed report, just something that says, man, you know, a separate sheriff's department is going to run you such and such. So I can at least sound intelligent when I talk back to the people who are asking me questions, which may or may not be an easy job. But there was one more that I had.
Steve, do you mean a police department?
A police department, yes. Okay, I'm sorry. It was that. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Marianne?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. The city manager mentioned the deputy city clerk. I didn't see them on the org chart. Where do they fit in the hierarchy of staff? And do they supervise or have any department staff underneath them?
So those two positions report directly to the city clerk, and they don't have any positions that they supervise.
I'm sorry, the deputy city manager.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. So that is a position that's a direct report to myself, the city manager. And as it's currently organized, they have responsibility over the media team.
Okay. Okay. I also was wondering, the previous council had allocated quite a large sum to planning to help with their backlog and such. Does that end at the end of this fiscal year, or does that carry over? And how are they doing? Has that helped get them caught up, or should we be anticipating that they may need additional funds for that staff going into the next fiscal year?
Councilmember Riggins, I can't fully answer that because I don't have that information in front of me. I do know that they've made some significant strides on their performance metrics that we added in relation to those funds. They're not at risk of going over. In fact, we had requested funds from fund balance at the time from council due to salary savings and other savings throughout the year. We're not going to need those fund balance dollars. Any leftover funds remaining on the contract would roll forward to the next year. If we needed to come back to council at a future date for amending those agreements, we could do that. But as of right now, I'm not aware of any significant issues with those agreements.
Okay, I'd like to keep up to date on that to make sure that they've got plenty of staff, so we're not going to fall back into a backlog on any development services going forward. The other thing I had, I also wanted to thank staff. I know that Assistant City Manager Tony, I know Finance Director Renee Neerman, They have done an extraordinary job with this. And I'd like to also thank all the other staff and department heads because they've contributed a lot to this information. And I want to make sure that they're also recognized for this. It's a full team effort on this. And thank you all for all the hard work. The only last thing I have is, making sure that we're allocating enough funds towards technology. Making sure that we have what we need and we have a strategic plan going forward to be purchasing the financing software, to be purchasing the items for the development services, and just going forward that we have things. Director Duenas also attended, I think, a great presentation by the Beverly Hills Police Department and the amazing technology that they have. And I know Captain C2 is planning on going forward through the Sheriff's Department with some interesting ideas for fighting crime going forward. And I just want to make sure that we can also have the technology that we need to make sure our residents have what they need to go forward. So thank you for all your hard work. I really appreciate it.
I have a question. This may be a better question for Doug, but I'm not sure. In the highly and likely, I hope, event that that our people in Washington decide to let the country default on its obligations, what happens to Treasury notes?
Well, you talk about, let me put my trader hat back on and my investment banking hat. Nobody knows what's going to happen with that, except rates will probably go sky high. I will make one comment. If you really read what the requirements are of the 14th Amendment, this was in the Wall Street Journal today, the first thing to be paid is always the interest. And we have plenty of cash flow to pay the interest. I think last week it was $620 billion came in, and the interest payments were $67 billion. So we have the money to pay and not be in technical default. You may not be able to get your Social Security check or something like that, but they'll be able to pay the debt. At the end of the day, it's a risk-free currency, and everybody trades everything from oil to gold to wheat in the U.S. dollar. So it may go through a bump, but I guarantee you there'll be a solution to this deal worked out.
Okay, thanks. The only other I've sat through this now 3 times, twice on ANF and once in the previous iterations. I guess it's the 4th time, so I don't really have any further questions. I thought we were going to take a look at what it would take to repay the grant for the Triangle lot and include that in the analysis. So I may be mistaken. I thought we had asked for that. So I don't think that was in the presentation tonight. Maybe that'll be in the next time.
Mayor Silverstein, we did note that, and we briefly commented on it in the staff report. As staff, we haven't had time to look into that to see what those are, but we do anticipate that coming up with our work plan workshop and understanding what our priorities are going forward and what the council expects us to work on.
Okay, so go ahead, Doug.
One thing I think we need to be sure about is all the debt restrictions on all these grants and loans that we received, just to make sure we're in compliance, and especially I think that Triangle lot may have a trigger of some kind on it that if we don't perform, we have to give some of the money back. I've heard that, but I think it would be good to confirm what the terms are.
Okay, so our responsibility tonight was to provide direction to the staff on the proposed budget. Have we provided adequate direction to close that item? Yes? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Next item 4B, Assessment District 98-1, Big Rock Mesa. Please raise your hand in Zoom if you would like to speak on this item, and you'll be called after the staff report. Again, I've got no speaker slips, so can we have a staff report, please? Kelsey, yes?
We will have one speaker slip for you in a moment.
Okay, thank you.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have a public hearing to place the annual special assessments on the property taxes for the Big Rock Mesa Landside Assessment District. These special assessments will be used to pay for the operation and maintenance of the dewatering equipment for the Landside Assessment District. Tonight I have Brandy Ayala. She's our financial analyst with Public Works. She does a ton of work for the Public Works Department. She's been with us for 20 years. this is her baby, her numbers. This is what she likes to do. So I wanted to give her the opportunity to kind of give you the numbers of the annual assessments for these next three items. But first a little bit about Big Rock. Just want to point out that this is just for placing the annual assessments on the property taxes. This is a way for us to receive all the revenue needed for the operation and maintenance. Last year, there was an item or discussion about ways that we could modify the assessment district. Staff's been working with Big Rock HOA, coming up with different ways we could improve the district. I am planning on finalizing some of those items and plan to bring back an item to council at a future date to have further discussion on some of the things that we came up with, methodologies on how we can improve that district. So just wanted to point that out. And with that, here is Brandy.
Good evening. The first public hearing we have this evening is the Assessment District 98-1, the Big Rock Mesa Landside Maintenance District. The total budget for the upcoming fiscal year 23-24 is $356,470.90 for continued operations, maintenance, and capital improvement projects. An average single-family home has the annual assessment of $1,009.69 per household. The annual assessment for fiscal year 23-24 is an increase of $35.56 per household. This is an increase of 3.65%.
And with that, we have our consultants here to answer any questions, and we're available too.
Okay, before we go to public comment, are there questions from council? Okay, I was told I was going to get a speaker slip. Is that for Ryan?
I'm sorry, we don't actually have a speaker slip for this item. We were working on another item there, but we do have virtual speakers for you if you give us one moment.
Okay.
There are two raised hands. The first be Rosemary.
Yeah, hi to everybody. I have lived in Big Rock for over 40 years, and my family has paid these endless assessments for the landslide. And of course, 3.65% increase is not a whole lot. But what I'm wondering is, why does the city council still approve big improvements? And you know, people like big bathtubs, etc. And then remodels, they get bigger and bigger. Maybe that's a good place to stop too. That would be it for me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Next, we'll hear from Joe Drummond.
Thank you. Thank you, Brandy and Rob. As I wrote to you all, there's two things that are certain. Development with septic systems caused the first landslides in Big Rock and closed the PCH for a minimum of 7 weeks. And two, further development without any major improvements to our existing assessment district will surely cause the next one. Our dewatering committee has been working with the Public Works Department these past few years to result in the possibility of a new assessment district to improve our dewatering equipment, but not to get to the root of the problems here. This will double, almost triple some of our current assessments. I, as well as many other residents, will not vote to approve this unless large new development stops in Big Rock. The current assessment district members should be reduced to 1 BAU benefit assessment unit for protection, and the rest of Malibu or some kind of grant cover the second BAU for access. The PCH was cut through our delicate hill and is partially responsible for the landslide. It also brought access to the rest of Malibu. The city, who took over the county's error of overdeveloping the landslide area, needs to take responsibility for our district. Whether this is to reduce the cost of the water testing so our assessments are reduced to half of the current costs by dealing with the LA Regional Quality Water Board, or to fund at least half or more of our assessment district to be able to create a state-of-the-art system that can eventually and hopefully find a permanent solution to our issues here and other landslide areas of Malibu. Long-term residents in Big Rock will soon have their landslide assessments higher than their entire property taxes, which is not right and needs to be amended. Since taking over from the county, the city has authorized over 130,000 square feet of additional development in the current AD, which includes additional bathroom fixtures, huge septic systems for rehabs, pools, spas, and sprinkler systems, all putting more water into the ground and contributing to the groundwater issues, not solving or removing them. Assessment districts are not supposed to be perpetual, and if a permanent solution cannot be created, then the city must step in and do its part to solve the problem rather than continuously adding to it and have our personal taxes and Big Rock residents keep increasing. Nick Simon, our head monitoring geologist, stated at the Public Works Commission meeting in February that added septic systems contribute mainly to our high water table and landslide risks. So clearly in an area where there is already seepage in cliff sides and sea level rise, there should be no building. It is very alarming that huge new projects can be approved in our landslide assessment district, yet small non-water adding projects cannot. And then we, the immediate residents, are continuously and unfairly burdened with increasing costs of the assessment district to try and keep up with dewatering. Please start by bringing this item to our Public Works Commission to fine-tune and bring back to City Council for approval. The city needs to address our landslide areas in a more proactive, responsible way of funding for the sake of all residents of Malibu. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any other comments?
Those are all the raised hands.
Okay, that closes the public hearing, and that brings us to council, and Paul would like to start.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment on the last speaker. The dewatering system at Big Rock was well established when after '83, when we found that it had been turned off by previous homeowners association, and that is why the county took what had been a privately maintained system and created a dewatering district. And then the city ended up taking it over later and further improving it. This is a maintenance issue. This is not intended to, and it's not even possible to cure the landslide unless everyone is willing to move out, bring in engineering contractors to excavate huge amounts of earth, which they will store God knows where, cut benches, and then put it back with recompaction and other things that would increase the stability of the hill. I think we can all agree that that is an improbable solution, and it's not a very effective solution. Your neighborhood is going to be hit for about $1,000 a house, which is an increase of less than $400 over what you're currently paying. I'm in a neighborhood, for example, where we have a sewer system that was built by the County of Los Angeles in the 60s, and a few years ago, our annual assessments went up from $2,000 to roughly $3,000. And we've just learned that there is talk that we are going to have to spend another $7 to $15 million to upgrade it to the latest standards for a sewer system. You're not doing bad. Sounds to me like you've got a heck of a deal. Now, as far as the city of Malibu taking responsibility for any of your dewatering district, as far as financially paying for it, I think that is a very ridiculous statement. It violates the prohibition against a gift of public funds. And if we were to do that, then why am I paying for running my sewer plant? You know, this is not, these things are all done to benefit the neighborhoods that exist. And it's truly just for the neighborhood that's benefiting to pay for what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Does anybody else have any comments? Doug?
Just a quick comment. I think I don't know about the other members of the council, but I've actually walked the assessment district up there with Joe and some of the other residents a few years back, and it's dated. That's all I can say. I know I've talked to Rob about this, the director of public works. Some of this equipment goes back to 20, 30 years. You're replacing pumps on a regular basis. You guys have a good maintenance program, apparently. But I'm just curious if it would be appropriate to maybe do a review for the council as well as the public about have things changed and the technology and the science changed to make it worthy to reconsider some of this. And the only one I could think of as an example, and I'm going to get Rob to go yes, no, maybe, it's like GPS monitoring for land movement. It was one thing to have slope meters and surveys and so forth, but I know the survey techniques have changed considerably with GPS, and I'm just wondering if that's an appropriate item to add to your toolbox, and is there a need to go back and review the capital structure and the process that we have just to bring it up to date? It's been 30 or 40 years since this was installed.
So I'm glad you brought that up, and you're stealing my thunder for my next meeting that I'm going to bring up a ton of different ideas that our consultant and the HOA have come up with different ways to modernize the equipment. A lot of it is looking at the state-of-the-art kind of equipment to do real-time monitoring of water levels, how pumps and other equipment are functioning, so we could reduce the amount of manpower to go out and physically take measurements out in the field and things like that. We have a lot of different ideas. I don't want to get in too detailed, but that's part of my presentation at the next time that I bring this to council.
Yeah, I just think it's time to do a sanity check on this stuff. You know, whether it's water meters for the water district, you know, these are all electronically read now. We're past the days of the clocks. So we look forward to seeing those responses. Thank you.
Okay, Marianne and Steve, I see you both want to speak. Go ahead, Marianne.
I was just going to make a motion to adopt staff's recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. I just have one comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
And you know, I get all these emails about Big Rock, and I'm not as knowledgeable about it as you are. So I think the more time you can spend talking to some of those folks up there, I think some of the stuff you just talked about is exactly what we need to do. So I encourage you to get up there, let them know what the hell's going on, and see if we can't, you know, calm them down a little bit, because they're going to keep coming after us until we start showing some progress up there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the goal. That's what we've been doing for last year, is really taking the effort to really meet with the HOA property owners and kind of discuss different things. I think we're at a good point to bring something to council and let you know some of the things that we've been talking about.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is my third time hearing this type of matter. If I understand this correctly, there seems to be a disconnect almost annually between the comments that we get and what we're being asked to do. And if I understand correctly, we're being asked to determine whether the cost of maintaining what's there for the next year is adequately presented and reasonable and not out of line with what it ought to be. We're not being asked to determine what ought to be done there, whether there should be moratoriums, whether there should be brand new equipment, what have you. Is that accurate?
It's partly accurate. The other part of it is adopting a resolution to actually assigning the individual assessments for each of the property owners. That resolution will be brought over to the county of LA, and then that data will be inputted in the property tax kind of calculations. And so when somebody gets their property tax in November, this tax will be on there. And so there's some deadlines that we have to meet. The deadline to submit this information in is August 10th, right? That's correct. August 10th. And so once this resolution is passed, we'll take it over to the county and get that process going to make sure that these assessments are placed on the property tax rolls.
Okay, I appreciate that, but what I'm trying to understand is, are we making any kind of determinations as to whether there ought to be a different system there or a newer system there?
No, that's my next item that I'm going to bring at a later date.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. So all we're doing is saying you guys have reviewed the costs of maintenance, and they're within a range of reasonableness, and we recommend that they be adopted and put forward to the county to be part of the property tax.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody else have any comments? Okay, so let's have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So now we'll hear item 4C, Assessment District 98-3, Malibu Road. Again, please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak on this item, and you'll be called after the staff report. And again, I don't have any speaker slips, so we'll just hear if there's someone on Zoom. Can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is a public hearing to place the special assessments on the property taxes for the Malibu Road and Landside Assessment District. Once again, I have Brandy here to provide you with those numbers. And just a reminder, this is for the revenue needed for the operation and maintenance of that district.
Good evening. The total budget for the upcoming fiscal year for the Assessment District 98-3 Malibu Road is $64,632.94. And again, this is for the continuing operations and maintenance and capital improvements for that district. The annual assessment of $1,292.62 per single-family home. It has an increase of $45.52 from the previous fiscal year. This again is a 3.65% increase from the previous fiscal year.
Does that conclude the staff report?
And that concludes it, and we're here for questions.
Okay. Are there any public speakers?
There's one raised hand, Joe Drummond.
Okay.
Hi there. I understand that this is about the placing of the assessment districts, and there just isn't any other time to talk about.
Joe, is this about Malibu Road, or are you just
Yes,
talking?
it's about
Okay.
Malibu Road. There is a pipe on Malibu Road that's not been fixed, and I don't know if it can be added to the assessment district or not, but I'm just wondering if that item is ever going to come up, and if it is a part of the assessment district or not, or I have no idea. I've just been trying to get Caltrans to fix it for I think it's been a decade and they still haven't fixed it. So I'm wondering if the assessment district can take care of it or something like that. But anyway, I look forward to the other matter. Thanks.
Thank you. Does anybody want to take a stab at answering that question?
So the drain that Mr. Drummond was talking about is a Caltrans drain. Then we informed Caltrans of the issue. We repeatedly asked them to take a look at it. They've been having staff take a look at it and kind of see how they can make a repair. I haven't have an update on to Caltrans if they're planning on what their next step is for that. As for the assessment district to make that repair, that is outside the assessment district's scope of work, so that wouldn't be included in that.
Okay, thank you. Paul?
Rob, can I have a follow-up question? Where is the Caltrans drain that you're talking about? Is there an approximate address?
It is east of Puerco on PCH.
Okay.
And it comes down.
So it's quite far away from where this little district is, actually.
It's close. It's close.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Well, looks to me like this district stops at least four lots west of Puerco. So if the drain is east of Puerco, okay. Thank you.
Steve?
Real quick one, Rob. I keep getting these emails about water on Malibu Road. And I think I could try and copy you on most of it. Does this deal with any of that issue? Does this help us solve that at all?
No, and I've been looking into the matter. You emailed me, and I'll follow up with an email. I've been getting some stuff. So, no, this is totally separate.
Mary Ann?
I'll make a motion to adopt staff's recommendation for item 4C.
I'll second.
Has there been any member of the assessment district who's objected to the assessment?
No.
Okay. Any questions or any further questions or comments before we take a roll call? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Riggins.
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti.
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring.
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay. Assessment District 98-2, item 4D, Cala DeBarco. Please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak on this item, and you will be called after the staff report. Can we have a staff report, please?
Mayor and Council, this is my last one of tonight. This is a public hearing to place the special assessments on the property taxes for the Cala DeBarco Landside Assessment District. As mentioned earlier, the revenue generated from the assessments will pay for the operation and maintenance of the dewatering equipment for Cala DeBarco. And one last time, I'll have Brandy follow up with the numbers, and we'll be ready for questions.
So the total budget for the upcoming fiscal year for the Assessment District 98-2, Cala DeBarco, is $92,155.70. Again, continued operations and maintenance and capital improvements for this district. The annual assessment for a single-family home is going to be $1,940.12. That is an increase of $107.48 from the previous fiscal year. This is a 3.65% increase.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers on Zoom?
No, we did not receive any speaker slips. We don't have any raised hands in Zoom.
Okay, that will close the public hearing. Does anyone on council have any questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Mary Ann, you want to second that?
I'll be happy to second that, and I just want to thank Public Works for their great work. Thank you, both Rob and Brandy. Good job, Brandy.
I just have one question, which is the same question I just asked a moment ago. Has any member of the assessment district objected to this?
No.
Okay. Anyone have any comments or questions? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins.
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring.
Yes, and Brandy, it's good finally to meet you. I see your name all over the place, so thank you.
Mayor Silverstein.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break because the next matter is going to go on for a long time, and I don't want to break in the middle of it. Okay. Okay, we're back from recess. And the final item for the evening, appeal numbers 220-006 and 22-012, appeals of Planning Commission Resolution number 2246 and of 33650 Pacific Coast Highway, owners Charles Hagan, appellants 180 PCH LLC and Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority. This is continued from May 8th. We will now hear that item. Again, please raise your hand in Zoom if you'd like to speak on this item, and you'll be called after the staff report and the parties speak. Are there any recusals before we hear the staff report?
Or disclosures?
Disclosures I have here down after the staff report.
You're going to do it? Okay, you do separate?
No recusals? Okay.
Yeah, no recusals. Do you want me to, when do you?
There's no reason not to do disclosures now. It's just on the list that I have here, it comes after staff report, but I've always thought it made more sense to do it first.
Yeah, you're absolutely welcome to do it. It just needs to happen before the public hearing. So anytime you want to do disclosures.
Are there any disclosures?
I have a disclosure. One, I did visit the site with the owner's representative and the designer to look over the site and discuss the design, but I did not learn anything new in the staff report. Also, when I was an employee with the City of Malibu, I did issue the permit for the excavation permit, and I let the city attorney know, and he'll have comment.
Let's just go down the line. Doug?
Councilmember Reagan says, as part of that process, did you learn anything that's not in the staff report or in the materials that have been presented?
I did not.
And in your work, you approved an excavation permit that was needed to perform some of the studies that were performed, that were produced here in the record. Is that correct?
That is correct. The standard procedure that an excavation permit is requested in order to allow the geology testing to be completed.
And this permit, it's not a discretionary permit. This is something if you apply for it, you pay the fees, you complete the application correctly, then you're entitled to this permit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have any contact with the owners or their representatives as part of this?
Just when I met with them out on the site today.
Okay. And you have no personal animosity or favor for any of the owner or the applicants or anyone you had contact with as part of this?
No, I've known the owner's team for several years, just through school and raising families through Malibu, but nothing beyond that.
Would it affect your decision tonight in any way?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Doug?
Just general disclosure, I got an email from the applicant. I advised him if I had any questions, I'd get back to him. And I met this afternoon with the planning department very quickly just to get some clarification on some points that I wasn't sure about. Other than that, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't speak with any of the parties to the appeal. I did speak with members of our staff to get some information. In an effort to streamline the hearing, I did submit multiple questions to the staff and to the applicant, as I've been asked to do multiple times before by some other council members. The staff did provide answers to some of my questions, but I have more, and I didn't get complete answers necessarily in all instances. The applicant didn't provide me anything I asked for, and I also performed independent legal research, which I'll explain during my comments. I learned a lot about the issue that is the central issue in this case by doing some research, which I'll talk about. Steve?
Just listen to the Planning Commission meetings, and that was it.
Paul?
Over the weekend, I made contact with the consultant who's assisting with the planning, and met at the property this morning with the planner and the designer at 10:30. Just wanted to get my feet on the ground and walk around it a little bit, and so I could visualize what was going to be going on. And I didn't learn anything that wasn't in the report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now that we'll take the staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As noted, There's two appeals on the Planning Commission's approval of coastal development permit number 19-073 located at 33650 Pacific Coast Highway. Just to start, here's the vicinity map and an aerial photo to give you a sense of the location of the property right next to Nicholas Canyon Beach, as well as an aerial photograph. For further context, this is a coastline photo of the existing conditions of the property, and we'll touch more on the aspects of the project based on this. And here's just a side view showing the topography of the property.
Go back to that ledge. Before that, please. Gotcha, thank you.
So as a project overview, the CDP was for a new one-story, 6,567 square foot single-family residence, including a basement, a new 1,375 square foot detached garage, a new 720 square foot second unit, a tennis court and 412 square foot tennis cabana, swimming pool, spa and associated equipment, fencing and a gate, landscaping and hardscaping, grading and retaining wall, and a new on-site wastewater treatment system. As part of this coastal development permit, there was a demolition permit for the demolition of unpermitted chain link gates and fencing, unpermitted driveways, and unpermitted non-native trees, plants, and grasses. In addition, there is a code violation on the property for unpermitted chain link gates and fences, grading, paving of driveways, planting of non-native trees, plants, and grasses, and planting of trees blocking public views of the ocean from PCH. So just for context, if approved, the code violations will be resolved. If denied, the owner will be required to submit a subsequent application to restore the violations. As for a chronology, on June 6, 2022, the Planning Commission continued the item to July 18, 2022, on which date the Planning Commission approved the project. And on July 28, 2022, the appellant submitted the appeal applications. Now here's a site plan of the proposed development displaying the structures and their locations on the property. And for further context, here's the site plan overlaid on top of the color-coded slope analysis. The green color being the flatter areas and the red color being the steeper slopes. So a summary of the appeals are, so there's two appeals here, one from 180 PCH LLC, which contends that the bluff top setback determination for the project fails to conform to the LCP LIP sections 10.4D1 and 2. The applicant's consulting engineer's interpretation of the location of the top bluff is contrary to established law. The second appeal from the MRCA, the decision is contrary to the public access provisions of the Coastal Act and Malibu's LCP. A failure to require a lateral easement for public recreational activities limits the public's ability to move along the beach, and the Planning Commission's refusal to include a lateral easement subverts the intentions of the Coastal Act and the Malibu LCP. And right now I'll just go through the analysis by which the Planning Commission based their approval on. And we'll start with the first appeal from 180 PCH LLC, which dealt with the bluff top setbacks. So as part of the applicant's geology report, they included a 1928 aerial photograph to determine the original bluff shape and the location of the top of bluff based on grading that occurred between this point and 1952, at which point there was a large amphitheater type structure that was graded into the hillside. And it occurred during this 24-year period, and it's understood that this grading was for a movie being filmed on the property. And here's just a look at the property as it exists today for context. Now, because of this grading, the applicant's determination of the location of the natural coastal bluff along with the current location of the bluff as determined by external data, which I'll get to in a second here. So utilizing our Coast, Our Future data, which is data from the U.S. Geological Survey Coastal Storm Modeling System, and just provides a platform for such data. This model was not used as any determining factor on the project. It's only offered as supporting evidence to where the bluff edge is determined by bluff retreat data. So displaying of the modeling, the point is representing where the bluff edge is according to their retreat modeling. The aerial photograph on the right is for comparison, showing the applicant's geologist determined the location of the historical bluff edge, where that was located, and then where their setback calculations are based. So utilizing the natural bluff edge location is further landward than where the OCOF bluff retreat data is determining to be the top of coastal bluff location.
What's OCOF mean?
Or CoStar Future.
Okay.
So utilizing this analysis in the geology report, they overlaid the site plan on top of the topography and noted the natural top of bluff as they determined from that 1928 photograph and the grading that then occurred afterwards, along with the required 100-year bluff retreat setback and the 50-foot setback from the natural top of bluff that they determined. And we included the blue dots just for context to show the OCOF top of bluff determination in terms of their data and where they're showing the bluff retreat happening. So also within the geology report is a similar elevation showing the same conditions. This particular elevation is showing the cutout of where the grading occurred in the amphitheater type shape. So showing the same data in terms of their interpretation of the natural top of coastal bluff observed in that 1928 aerial photograph, along with the minimum required top of bluff setback line. And for context, we included that current top of bluff by way of the OCF bluff retreat modeling. So it's a similar elevation, but more towards the east side of the property on the bluff that was not as heavily graded. But the similar data is shown here in terms of the location of the natural top of coastal bluff observed in that photograph and the minimum required top of bluff setback based on that location, as well as the current top of bluff by OCOF bluff retreat modeling. So moving on to the second appeal from MRCA. Here's a look at the LCP's public access map showing the subject property in relation to existing lateral access ways as well as public parks. The property location in relation to the lateral access ways and publicly owned land is important, as well as the noting that the proposed project does not block any existing public access. It has not been the city's policy to require lateral easements, and the policy has been to share the information with the applicant and allow them to decide whether they want to include an access easement or not. It is not a code requirement if there's no correlation between the application and an obstruction to existing access. And this proposed project does not propose any obstructions to existing access. The Planning Commission offered the applicant the offer to dedicate for a lateral access way. They declined, and therefore there is no code requirement beyond that. In sum, staff recommends the adoption of resolution number 23-26, denying both appeals and upholding the Planning Commission's approval.
Are there any? I'm
sorry, before I finish, we received some correspondence from the Coastal Commission late Friday, and I just want to address some of those points and cover what they included in the letter. So the Coastal Commission was not in agreement with the bluff edge determination used to determine the required bluff setback for new development, and they feel that the staff report was unclear in whether the effects of sea level rise were adequately considered in the bluff retreat analysis. Also, the Coastal Commission would like a condition added which requires the property owner to record a deed restriction against the property that ensures no shoreline protection structure shall be proposed or constructed to protect the development approved, and which expressly waives any future right to construct any such devices that may exist pursuant to Public Resources Code section 30235. This is usually a requirement in all of our resolutions. It was omitted in error, and we'd be happy to add it back in. The Coastal Commission also asserts that a basement shall not be constructed on beachfront parcels, and a basement should not be approved. This parcel is not considered a beachfront parcel. It is considered a bluff-top parcel, which is not subject to this requirement. And lastly, the Coastal Commission states that consideration should be given to requiring a lateral and vertical public access easement as a condition of permit approval, consistent with the public access and recreation policies and provisions of the Malibu LCP. I believe we have some other members of city staff here to help answer questions, and I believe we have some representatives from the appellant as well.
Do any members of council have questions of the staff before we move on to the applicants, parties? Go ahead, Steve.
The code violations, were they implemented by the current owner or by somebody else, you know?
I'm not aware offhand how long the owners has held the property in relation to the code violation itself. So it might be a question for the property owner.
Okay. Second thing, you mentioned that there was, and I can't remember the exact words, but you used something about there was grading on the east side of the property. I couldn't find any grading on the east side of the property when I looked at it. Do you have different information on that?
Excuse me if I misspoke, but I meant to say the property that was not heavily as graded on the east side. The amphitheater type shape is on the west side of the property,
Right.
and that second elevation was showing the east side, showing some grading relative to their interpretation of the location of the natural top of slope.
I couldn't see any grading, but okay, at least we know. Gotcha. All right.
Miriam?
Could you explain a little bit more about the purpose of a lateral easement? What does it accomplish when it's requested, and what's the purpose of why it would be beneficial?
Sure. So as of today, per the Coastal Act, the public has the right to access what's known as the wet sand area, which is, what's ever seaward of the mean high tide line. And the lateral access would basically give the public access to walk through the beach that's not covered in that. So essentially the dry sand area that just gives the public the full right to walk through the property, not necessarily just on the wet sand area.
Thank you.
I have a number of questions, and they may actually help the parties as well when they make their presentations. Before I ask them, I just want to make clear, my questions aren't being asked to embarrass anyone or to be critical of anyone's work, as has been suggested in the past by some people. I'm just asking questions designed to determine whether I'm able to make the findings required to approve the application. I would think for that reason everybody would actually want to understand these answers. Also, while some questions may be open-ended and require explanations, some questions can be answered by yes, no, or I don't know. And when I ask one of those questions, the hearing will go much more smoothly if I just get an answer of yes, no, or I don't know, rather than an explanation of why that's the case. So first of all, Adam, I understand that Civic Solutions and Downtown Solutions do some private development work in addition to mostly extensively working for cities and other public agencies. Do you perform any of that private work, or do you work exclusively on public agency work?
I work exclusively on public agency work.
Okay, great. How do we know that the bluff was in fact graded sometime between 1928 and 1952 and did not naturally change to that way from a landslide or some other geological event?
It was a determination made by the applicant's geologist in their geology report, which was then reviewed by the city staff, and particularly the city's geologists and coastal engineers in terms of the, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. As I read the staff report, it said that it was said that there was grading for a movie. This is Lure. And I didn't read any analysis that confirmed whether there was a geological confirmation that it had been graded as opposed to naturally degraded. Are you saying there's an actual analysis that shows that from a geological standpoint it was determined that this land was graded?
I'll let the applicant's geologist speak more to that since they did the actual study of it, but my understanding is yes, they were able to determine that that area was graded.
Okay, and some member of our staff confirmed that determination?
In the review of the geologic report, I would assume that they would have to agree with that determination that it was graded.
What member of the city staff confirmed the determination that this area was graded from something other than Lure, that it had been done for some movie?
It would depend on who was actually doing the review of that report.
Who was that?
I believe there's usually one or two people that require signature on the approvals.
That's one of the questions I had asked, and I was told that the geological staff who reviewed this project and made the determinations are Christopher Dean and Ali Abdelhak. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are either of them here to answer questions?
I have to confirm if they're...
Yes, Christine is on Zoom and available to speak.
Yes, I am here. This is Chris. Hi.
Christopher. Christine,
Yeah,
okay, Christine. Okay,
Chris.
so Chris, did you actually make a determination from a geological standpoint based on the applicant's analysis that this land was graded and didn't degrade from some natural occurrence?
Based on the applicant's geological consultant, Jake Holt's review of aerial photographs from beginning in 1928 to the present, to the 1980s, I think, there was a significant change from the top of the bluff in 1928 to 1952. And based on the landforms that are present at that time, it did appear, and we agreed with his determination that there was grading performed to create that amphitheater. And that was not a natural slope right there then.
What geological science did you use to make that determination?
The only evidence we can supply for that is a review of historic aerial photographs over the decades. And that's very common for geologists to use to determine the history of an area as far as landforms are concerned, whether or not there's been alteration of landforms or visible landsliding or slope instability.
Okay. How do you know the location of the bluff edge after 1928 and prior to the date of the alleged grading?
Jake, is Jake on board? I'll let Jake answer that, and we can go from there, I think.
Okay. Does the city staff know the location of the bluff edge after 1928 and prior to the date of the alleged grading? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, where was it?
Where it was
in 1930. Where was it?
We do not have that many and that big of a record of historic photographs year by year to determine a year-by-year assessment of where the top of the bluff was. It's based on just a study of all the available photographs over the last several decades.
Okay, well, there's a photograph from 1928, and then the next photograph is from 1952. What photographs between those two have you looked at that confirmed at any point in that interim where the bluff edge was?
No photographs.
Okay, so I'll ask again. Does the staff know the location of the bluff edge after 1928 photograph and prior to 1952 photograph? I'm sorry, prior to whatever date it was this grading occurred?
We do not.
Okay. What about after the alleged grading occurred and prior to 1950, up to 1952? Do you know where the bluff edge was during that interval?
No, the interval was between 1928 and 1952. There was a drastic change in the topography on that bluff.
Okay. Can you confirm for everybody that the term top of bluff that's used throughout the report means bluff edge as defined in Chapter 2 of the LIP?
That's correct.
Okay. What individual performed the applicant's site-specific evaluation of the long-term bluff retreat rate at the site?
That was Land Phases.
Who?
Land Phases Incorporated. The engineering geologist is Jake Holt.
Which person was that?
Jake Holt.
Okay. It's hard to hear. That's the only reason it's muffled.
I'll get closer. I'm sorry.
Okay. What member of the city staff confirmed the applicant's site-specific evaluation of the long-term bluff retreat rate at the site?
That was me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The council agenda report states at page 10, quote, "The evidence in the record shows the estimated amount of bluff retreat over a 100-year period to be 16.7 feet. What's the evidence of record that shows that you relied upon to make that statement?"
That was a calculation determined by the applicant's geologist based on aerial photographs. It was a measurement of how far the bluff had retreated per year on average, and then multiplied by 100 to get a total footage for a 100-year period.
Okay. The aerial photographs exist from 4 years, right? 4, maybe 5 years?
1928, 1952, I think 1972. I think they used some aerial photographs from the 1980s and possibly the 1990s as
There's
well.
no photographs from the 80s or 90s identified in any of the paperwork.
Let me look at my records here. (1928, 1952). A lot of Coastal Commission oblique photographs from 1972. And, bear with me, oblique photographs and California Coastal Records Project photographs of 1987.
What year?
1987.
Okay, going to look at some notes I have of that in a moment, but what evidence was reviewed that unequivocally shows the location of the bluff edge in the winters of 1982 to 83, 1994 to 95, and 1997 to 98?
The evaluation of any type of bluff erosion during periods of heavy rainfall, the El Nino years that you mentioned, is not really a part of determining bluff setback. It's a cumulative effect over centuries, and obviously, as the LIP says, it's over a 100-year period. So that's taken into account automatically as part of the aerial photo review that the consultants geologists did in their determination of how many feet a bluff would retreat in 100 years.
The 100 years is a future projection or prediction. It's 50 years that you have to look backwards, right?
I'm not sure of the question. In the LIP, it says what would be the bluff retreat over a 100-year period.
Based on unequivocal evidence of the location of the bluff edge through time, no less than 50 years, including specifically the winters of 1982 to 83, 1994 to 95, and 1997 to 98. So again, where was the location of the bluff edge in those years that are specifically required to be identified for purposes of this analysis?
We do not have any maps or any photographs of those exact years of heavy rainfall during the El Nino period. It's all taken into consideration based on the performance of this section of bluff over that period. It's not something that we look at individually based on El Nino years. It's a cumulative effect over the longer period.
Okay, what individual specifically for the city is it you determine the location of the bluff edge currently? Is that you?
That's me, yes. I concurred with Jake's findings in his report.
Okay. Bear with me. Paul, you'll get your chance. Okay, is it accurate that the factor of safety of 1.5 or greater for purposes of reducing the mandated setback from a minimum of 100 feet to a minimum of 50 feet pursuant to section 10.4.D2 needs to be established at the bluff edge?
Mayor, I'd like to defer that to my geotechnical engineering reviewer, Ali Abdelhak, who is on the call as well, or on the meeting as well.
Okay. Is he here?
Ali?
Yes, I'm here, yes.
The question, Ali, was whether the 1.5 factor of safety has to be established at, among other places, the bluff edge.
Yes.
Okay. The LIP state...
I'd like to add to this a little bit to clarify it. It's the bluff edge plus the bluff retreat over 100 years period.
Right.
For the lifespan of the project.
So it has to be a factor of safety of 1.5 at the bluff edge and for at least the next 50 years.
Yes, the 1.5 should be maintained during the lifespan of the project. So we'll take into account the location of the bluff as it retreats due to the erosion and bluff retreat.
Okay, so I'm going to give away one of the punchlines from later now and ask you, what's the factor of safety at the edge of the interpreted bluff?
We have different sections, and each section has its own factor of safety. We look at different scenarios also, not just one number. So in some cases, it's like 2.43, I think, about that number. I have the numbers here. If you want, I can go back and give you the exact number.
No,
I'm talking from memory. I'll give you the approximate number. In another case, it's like 1.6 something.
Sir?
And that's the static, and the seismic is 1.43 in one case, and it's 1.08 in another case.
Sir, the interpreted bluff edge, if I understand correctly, is 60 feet in the air and 100 feet away from the nearest uppermost land. Is that correct? The interpreted bluff edge is in the air.
We do the slope stability analysis based on the current bluff top, not the old bluff top. So we look at the current slope configuration for analysis.
So you're talking now about the 60-foot high end of the land that is about 120 feet from the proposed residence?
I'm talking about the current bluff top after the grading, and that configuration is what we use for slope stability analysis.
So your 1.5 factor safety analysis is based on the 60-foot lower edge than existed prior to the alleged grading. Is that accurate?
It's different scenarios. We look at different slopes and different scenarios of failure.
Okay, but
so some of it goes in the upper portion, some of it goes to the lower portion, some of it goes from the toe of the slope all the way to the top.
Okay, can we agree that there is no factor of safety at the interpreted bluff edge?
No, there is a factor of safety for the interpreted bluff edge as we look at it, the current bluff edge.
Okay.
There is a factor of safety.
Okay. This is not a geological question. Why are the code violations that are not being cured? Why are the code violations not being required to be cured without regard to whether this development is approved?
So, if you don't mind repeating the question one more time.
Yeah, why is it that the code violations aren't being required to be cured, irrespective of whatever this council does with respect to approving the development?
I think the plan is for them to remediate the violations, whether the application is approved or denied. Typically, when there's a violation on a property, and they submit an application, we wait for the decision on the application to be made before, there's because that application would, in essence, resolve the issue, like in this case. However, the application is denied, the city would require them to submit a subsequent application that would, again, remediate the violations.
Okay, well, one of the violations that's identified is trees blocking the public view of the ocean from PCH. Why wouldn't that have been remediated over time? Again, without regard to this, it's just a policy that you don't bother to do that.
It has been city policy to, again, resolve the violations with the application at the decision of the application. Then we would make sure that the violations are resolved, and then we'll do a final inspection to close out the file.
Okay. My last question of the staff at this point is, what is the legal status of the two large drainage tubes running down the bluff? Are they violations or are they permissible?
They were not included in the code violations, but we found photographic evidence they existed in 1991, but would have the applicant provide you with more information as to when they were installed based on their history with the property.
Okay, well, what difference would it make if they were there in 1991?
Prior to cityhood.
So then they'd be permitted to be there?
Well, they might have a permit through the county that wasn't within our records.
Okay, so we don't know what their legal status is?
No, beyond that we do not.
Okay, Paul.
Just to pick up on your last question, when we became a city, there was a promise from the people who created the city that we were going to grandfather everything that existed prior to cityhood. And as a result, when things come up on a property later and we're asked for something new on the property, it's our opportunity at that point to go, well, this isn't part of our code, that isn't part of our code, we'd like you to correct that. And I think that's probably the correct answer for why we're asking for it now, rather than we showed up on the first day in 1992 and charged out with our ticket books. And the county's regulations were quite different than ours, and a lot of stuff that now requires a permit did not in those times. The other thing I wanted to say was I visited the property, and part of the reason I visited the property was to see this shape that they call the arena, or you know, the kind of place that you
amphitheater.
Yes, and it to me, as I look down on it, it seems very obviously man-made. It does not look like it was created by accident or by the action of erosion or anything like that. So I'm pretty confident that their stipulation that it occurred sometime between the picture taken in 1928 and the picture taken in 1952, and it was done on purpose by someone, is probably correct. And as far as where were things in the meantime, we have a picture from 52. That's 71 years ago, and you can certainly calculate the erosion from the bluff over that period of time. But we don't know when the grading occurred between 28 and 52, or what erosion occurred between the dawn of time and 28.
Okay. Do you have any other questions of the staff?
No, I like the report, and as far as the...
Oh, we're doing questions. We're not
I'm sorry.
That's why.
And I also wanted to take a moment to comment on the Coastal Commission's letter.
We need to wait until the public hearing's closed.
I'm sorry.
This is questions for the staff.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So there are no further questions of the staff. That will take us to, I lost my notes. I think it's the appellant's presentation. Where did I put this? Here we go. The first appellant team will present. That would be 180 PCH LLC. Are they here?
Mayor, we didn't receive any speaker slips from representatives of 180 PCH. We don't see them in Zoom either. If there are any representatives of 180 PCH in Zoom, please raise your hand. I don't see any raised hands, but we do have a representative of the next appellant available, and I can keep an eye out for anyone from 180 PCH.
Okay, so we'll move on to the MRCA.
We'll unmute Elena Egger from the MRCA.
Okay, Elena, you have 15 minutes. Is that accurate, Kelsey? You have 15 minutes. You can reserve some time for rebuttal, or you can use the whole 15 or whatever amount of time you'd like of the 15.
Elena, you should see a pop-up asking you to unmute.
Hi, this is Elena Egger from the MRCA. We submitted a letter, and that is our comments on this matter.
Okay. That brings us to the applicant team. And we have speaker slips from a number of people. I don't know if I need to identify the names now, but I mean, it's you 15 minutes to present your application, and as many of you or as few of you who'd like to speak can go ahead. No, come up to the speaker, to the microphone, please.
We basically took the speaking time so that we could answer any questions you might have. I felt that the most relevant questions to be posted would be to Jake, the consultant, because that seems to be the biggest concern for everybody to try to understand the bluff issue. I'm open for any other comments that you may have regarding anything on the project, I being the designer. My daughter also can help along with that too.
Good news for you. None of your time counts against our questions. You're free to make a presentation if you wish to. If not, we'll just start asking our questions.
Yeah, we don't have anything. The presentation, the report speaks for itself. The project speaks for itself. Okay. Jake, I think, might like to do a minor presentation of clarification.
Well, then let's hear from him.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, council members. Jake Holt, Land Phases, Inc. I'm the engineering geologist for the project. And obviously I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. A couple of points that you brought up, that the main focus is the bluff retreat and the location of the top of the bluff. We did extensive studies of this property, looking at aerial photographs and subsurface exploration to determine that the site was indeed graded. So in addition to looking at aerial photographs from 1928 to the present, we also performed digging. We have test holes down in that lower area to confirm if it was a landslide, was it natural, was it not? And clearly the data shows that it was man-made graded terrain, which was thoroughly reviewed by your geotechnical staff at the city, and they concurred with us. And that pretty much is the ball game in regards to determine that it's a man-made feature. And then in putting back together the location of the top of the bluff, we realized early on is that the grading altered the bluff, and it gave an advantage to this site, making a more seaward bluff location. And we realized that we would need to reconstruct what was originally there, otherwise we'd be gaining an advantage from it. So our location of the historic top of bluff is more conservative than what's at the site and is appropriate for satisfying Chapter 10 of the LCP. So aside from that, we can get into any other questions that you may have, and I'm available all night. Thank you.
Okay, so hang out there. I'm going to have a number of questions. Does anyone else have any they want to go first, or should I start? Steve?
A couple of easy ones.
Mr. Mayor, are we closing the public hearing?
No, these are questions because they're still part of the public hearing,
okay.
so they'll answer the questions. We're going to close the public hearing after the questions are all answered, and then we'll just have a discussion among ourselves.
Okay.
And this goes to Adam. You know, this whole thing is based upon some movie that took place at some point in time that caused this property to get graded, right? That's sort of the basis, the linchpin in all this thing. Do you have any information on that movie? Who was in it? Who did it? Anything? I mean, because look, it's a story. What we've got is a story, and there's no evidence that story actually took place. So I'm just wondering, how did you arrive with the conclusion that said the story was valid?
The notion that it was done for a movie was dictated, I believe, by the property owner, but I did not do a film analysis to confirm whether there was a movie film there or not. But I believe, according to their history on the property, it's
a story.
That's a story.
It's a story. That's all it is. There's no evidence that said anything ever happened. But that there was a movie. We don't know who was in the movie. We don't know what the movie company. Nothing on that stuff. Let me ask you another question. When the Coastal Act was passed, in what year? 72. Where was the bluff? The bluff in 72. Where was the edge of the bluff in 72? Do you know?
I defer to the applicant's engineer on that aspect as to whether they studied photographs from 72 as part of their review.
So you don't know. You never asked that question.
Well, it's part of their study too.
I'm saying you personally never asked that question of anybody to say where was it when the Coastal Act was actually passed. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know if that specific question was asked or not.
Well, I mean, I'm saying that you didn't ask it. I'm not saying if anybody else asked it. I'm asking if you, in fact, ever asked that question.
I can't recall if I did or not.
Thank you.
Marianne, did you have any questions? All right, so, look, Jake, I watched the Planning Commission meeting when you spoke, and I heard you just now, and I sense you being very candid and open, and I appreciate that. And I think the questions I'm going to be asking about have nothing to do with whether these are more in terms of what the standard is at the end of the day, not geologically whether you're right or you're wrong. But let me ask you first, and this might not be a question for you, when was the subject property purchased by the current owner?
I don't know that answer.
Is the owner here?
Yes, he is.
When did you buy the property?
I believe it was 1978.
Okay. What, if anything, were you told at that time about the possible need to dedicate a lateral access easement?
I was not.
You were told nothing?
No.
Okay. So you weren't told you wouldn't need to do it, correct?
No conversation regarding the period.
Okay. You had the ability to, did you have a lawyer?
I did have a lawyer.
Okay.
It was then the County of Los Angeles, which was an entirely different body.
Mayor, it may be helpful for the recording if anyone answering questions could come up to a microphone.
Yeah, that's fair. But I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you. That's actually helpful for me to have in my mind. I had forgotten about that fact. So 1978. Okay, Jake, do you disagree with the statement that a landward shift of the bluff edge commonly occurs through cutting into and removing natural materials during grading operations?
No.
You don't disagree with that? You agree?
Repeat the question again.
Well, do you agree that a landward shift of the bluff edge commonly occurs through cutting into and removing natural materials during grading operations?
I disagree.
You disagree, okay. I thought you would. Do you contend that grading cannot cause a bluff edge to move inland?
Well, grading can cause it to move inland, but for purposes of determining bluff setback, it would be inappropriate to use the landward shift.
Okay, so in your view, bluff edge as defined in LIP Chapter 2 cannot be something inland of where it was as a result of grading. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Do you contend that a bluff edge cannot be anthropogenically modified by grading?
It's not supposed to be.
Okay. How confident are you of your interpretation of the location of the bluff edge as of 1928?
As confident as an engineering geologist can be, utilizing available materials and photographs and current surveys.
Okay, well, beyond the black and white photo that we looked at for 1928, what other evidence did you review for where the bluff edge was in 1928?
Well, I wasn't around in 1928, but so I have to rely solely on the photo and us scanning the image and importing it into AutoCAD and doing overlays and measurements.
Okay, but that photo and that photo alone is the evidence of 1928 location, right?
That's the only photo that I believe exists of that site in 1928.
Okay, and in what year did the grading occur?
Sometime between 1928 and 1952.
Okay. Did you interpret the bluff edge any time between 1929 and 1952?
No, I don't believe there's any photographs that I looked at or are available for that area in that time period. I believe it's 1928, then it jumps to 1952 as the available record.
Okay, so let's just say hypothetically the grading occurred in 1935. You don't have any way of knowing whether there was any degradation of the bluff edge between 1928 and 1935, do you?
No.
Okay, and using the same hypothetical, you don't know whether there was any degradation of the bluff edge from 1936 to 1971 or whatever the next photograph you have is, right? I'm sorry, 1950 and 1952, right?
No.
Okay. Is there a generally accepted method that is used, accepted scientific or geological method used to interpret the location of a historical bluff edge that was eliminated by grading?
Well, it would only be by evaluation of historical aerial photographs or historical surveys.
Okay. Is this taught in engineering school?
Yes.
interpretation of a historical bluff edge is what?
It's an interpretation of any landform. You know, sometimes we're worried about other landforms than top of bluff. So any landform that we're interested in, we could evaluate by looking at available aerial photographs or available topographic surveys.
Okay, but interpretation, I take it to mean something that existed in the past that doesn't exist now. That's what you did, right?
Correct.
And you don't have any, you don't know specifically where it was in the past.
Yes, I do in this case because it has a 1928 aerial photograph.
Okay. How many times in the past have you interpreted a bluff edge?
Shoot, I've been working in Malibu since I was a kid, probably getting up to the hundreds now on bluff projects. I have to interpret them, you know, I would say once every 2 weeks.
Wait, you mean once every 2 weeks you determine where a bluff edge was at some historical time for purposes of determining where it is now?
Was or is, whatever matters. We have to look to see what was historical, and we have to see what's there now. Every bluff project we work on, we have to do that.
Okay, I understand. Are you familiar with a matter involving a bluff top property owned by a gentleman by the last name of Nurburg in Laguna Beach?
Not any project of mine, no. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. You don't know anything about that project?
I do not.
Okay, do you know who Dr. Mark Johnson is?
I believe he's a geologist for the Coastal Commission.
Correct. Are you familiar with Dr. Johnson's January 6, 2003 memorandum to the Coastal Commission titled Establishing Development Setbacks from Coastal Bluffs?
I can't remember word for word, but I believe I've read that document before.
Okay, that's helpful for me to know. Anyone else have any questions before we begin? Well, we still need to go to public comment if there is any, but anybody else have any questions of the applicant team? Go ahead, Paul.
I have one. There's a topo map in our package that shows the proposed project, and it also shows the amphitheater and a bunch of topo lines that go down to the sand. What's the distance between those topo lines? Is this a 2-foot map, a 1-foot map, a 10-foot map?
I'd have to refer to the topographic survey, but I believe, again, I can't, this copy isn't clear enough for me to look at, but I believe the topographic contours were either on 2-foot intervals.
Okay. And I
could be wrong though, but that's normal for a survey of that detail.
Okay. And so we've got a slope that goes up about 40 feet. The amphitheater floor is somewhere around 40 feet from the sand, it looks like, then, if those are 2-foot lines.
That seems reasonable, but I have to get a better map to
Yeah.
pinpoint it exactly, but that's a reasonable number.
It's 60?
60. There's a graph.
Oh, good. I didn't. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Doug?
Yeah, there was an interesting comment made that the Coastal Commission has asserted the comment about the top of the bluff, which was not part of their appeal. Are you familiar with what they said, and do you have any comments on it?
I haven't. I've just heard that they wrote a letter and it got submitted at the last minute. I haven't reviewed that in detail.
I haven't seen it either, so we're on the same boat there. Adrian or staff, do you know what their basis for that was?
I do.
Is it possible for us to see a copy of that coastal letter?
I think that was sent to
it was emailed
city council members prior to tonight's meeting.
Yeah.
I've read it. I just want to make sure Doug's had a chance to review it.
This came in after I was off the computer. Quickly reading this, it looks like it's just an opinion piece. Are you familiar with any comments that the Coastal Commission has made regarding bluff topics that might apply to this project?
Again, I've heard that they submitted a letter, and I need a chance to review it in detail, but I could read it if you want me to, then opine on it.
Yeah, if we could hand it to you, maybe you could take a quick look at it. I don't need an answer right this minute.
So what we'll do is we'll see if there's public comment, and we'll come back to the applicant team to get an answer to Doug's question. Are there any other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Anybody else from council?
The one question I asked in the beginning, I assume the code violations occurred since you've owned the property.
Good evening, council members. My name is Charles Hagan. I'm the owner of the property. There was an existing chain link fence, there were roads on the property, and there was an amphitheater there. Other than that, it was a major garden for quite some time, highly published, burnt in the Woolsey fire. I bought the property in '78. My brother and I bought it to have two homes. It was a county at the time, and we were going to divide the property. Malibu became a city, and with slope density, it was determined it was only good for one lot, 4.5 acres. I'm going on, but that, yes, there were things on the property when I bought it.
Okay, so
The eucalyptus trees were there, a lot of the plants were there, so I bought it as is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I think we may have comments on the.
Did you guys have any more questions for me? Or?
If you had a chance to look at that, I'd appreciate it. I don't mean to catch you flat-footed on it, but it's.
Oh, no worries. I'll just, again, looks like an opinion piece, but they do appear to concur with me that there's been a significant amount of historical grading on the subject property to create the current landform, which altered the natural bluff. One of the things they bring out is that, this case about, because there's been so much disturbance to the previous, the original natural bluff feature, that it's kind of ambiguous in the code. But it appears they're also trying to, they're trying to go both ways. They're acknowledging that you can't gain an advantage by altering a bluff, so you have a more seaward bluff by fill. So they state that you can't do that, so you'd have to recreate where the bluff was. But it also appears, though, that they're wanting to take advantage by now pushing a bluff back to the graded slope, which is clearly not consistent with the code and non-conformance with the LCP, because that is now a manufactured slope. You're creating a landform and with step-like features. So what they're talking about are not natural features, and it shouldn't be applied that way. What I did is in conformance with the LCP, and the best way to come up with a historical top of bluff, for which a simple code, bluff setback can be determined. Again, we're talking about just bluff setback here. There's all other factors with stability and feasibility. So this is one piece of the puzzle. And in regards to safety, we are being conservative of where we establish ultimately the setback line that they cannot cross. So, and the bottom line is we end up being about 120 to 130 feet back from the toe of the bluff, for which you get wave action. So the chances of this adversely affecting this project over the lifetime of the project is nil.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I apologize to the group. I did not know we had the text in.
No, we actually, it was received, I believe, on Friday, but we didn't get it until today.
Okay.
Okay, that will conclude the applicant's presentation. Do we have any public speakers?
We did not receive any speaker slips from the general public, and we don't have any raised hands from the public, so you can continue to rebuttal.
Okay, so Elena, do you have any rebuttal?
Elena, you should see a pop-up ask you to unmute if you'd like to provide any rebuttal. Elena is not responding to our request to unmute.
Okay, well, there really wasn't anything said by the applicant's team about the lateral access or vertical access anyway. If she comes back before we close the public hearing, we can hear from her. Has anyone from 180 PCH shown up?
No, we haven't had any new members of the public join the Zoom meeting. If there are any members there representing 180 PCH, I'd ask you to raise your hand. And I don't see any raised hands.
Okay, technically you are now entitled to rebuttal if you have any. Doesn't seem you have anything to rebut, but just going through the formal process here. No, nothing? Okay, so that will close the public hearing and take us to council discussion.
Can I make a statement right now? This is Chris, the city's geotechnical consulting geologist.
Chris, we just closed the public hearing.
Christine is the city's contractor, if you'd like to hear from
her.
her.
I'm the city's geotechnical consultant.
I know who you are, but we asked a bunch of questions. We got the answers. No questions pending to you. So this is now council discussion. Who would like to go first? And I'd be happy to if no one else wants to. Okay. I did a lot of reading over the last few days about this, and there actually is decisional law specifically addressing the question that's before us tonight. So first of all, I think we can all agree that this appeal could have completely been avoided if the applicant had cited the proposed residence 25 or 30 feet further landward, because that would be 50 feet from the edge of the graded ending up top, and granted a lateral easement for public access. If those two conditions were satisfied, there'd be no appeal. There'd be no reason for us to be here tonight. If we were to take a straw poll right now, I'm guessing there'd be 2 votes to grant the appeal, 2 votes to deny the appeal, and I'm not certain where the 5th vote would be. I'm inclined to believe at this moment in time, if we took a straw vote, it would be in favor of denial of the appeal. But I'm also highly confident that there's going to be at least 3 votes, if not more, to grant the appeal by the time we're finished discussing this matter. I'm almost certain that a majority of the council members are going to agree that the citing of the residence violates the LIP. I'm less confident about the lateral access easement issue. But I typically oppose allowing applicants to go back to the Planning Commission or Planning Department with a revised project after putting the City Council to the trouble of hearing an appeal. But I want to ask the applicant now if it's willing to have this matter remanded to seek approval of a development that is set back an additional 30 feet from the bluff, from the top edge where the grading ended, and grant a lateral access easement. If the answer is yes, I'll move that we remand this to the Planning Commission subject to those 2 concessions. If the answer is no, I'm going to hope that the City Council will not permit either of those compromises to occur after we are finished this appeal if the decision is to grant the appeal. Otherwise, we will just be encouraging applicants to play hardball before the Planning Commission and on appeal and only agree to comply with the law on the verge of an application's denial. Metaphorically and literally, the applicant should not be able to take its application right up to the edge and retreat only upon a certain defeat. So I'm asking, are you willing to voluntarily move the residence to 50 feet back landward from the edge of where the grading ended at the top and grant a lateral access easement voluntarily? If you are, I'm going to ask that this be remanded. If you're not, I'm going to ask if the vote is no, that this is over.
I've been a developer.
You can come up to the mic, please.
I've been a developer most of my life, and I've worked within the constraints of the requirements for development. And I believe strongly that I have met those requirements here. And I believe if you look at the site, and I don't think you've been there, that we are clearly 140 feet from the existing bluff now, which is sufficient. And I think the law provides that that is where my property should be. This has all come about by, I might add, a vendetta by 180 PCH, Richard Weintraub, and MRCA, Mr. Edmonds. because they tried to put a public easement down my driveway at 33. Well, you probably know of that. You're shaking your head. You must be aware of it. So this was in order to avenge me not agreeing to their house being built. Aside from that, I think after 40 years of owning this property, and with the engineering in the last 5.5 years of going through this process, that I think the commission should see it for what it is and what the professionals have presented to the commission. So my answer is no, I need to stay with where the house is.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate what you said, and I know it's sincere, and I know that you believe it to be correct both practically and legally. I think you're wrong legally, and I'm going to explain that. And I can't approve something which I understand to be unlawful, and I believe that when I'm done explaining it, the council is going to agree that it's unlawful to permit this.
Well, I hope they don't.
Okay. Well,
thank you.
Okay. So we were told generally what LIP section 10.4.d provides. I was going to read it, but I'll just read the pertinent points of it. You need to set back from the bluff edge a minimum of 100 feet, but that can be reduced to 50 feet if the city geotechnical staff determines that either of two different conditions can be met with a lesser setback. One of the conditions is that there is a factor of safety greater than 1.5 at the bluff edge and at the 50-foot mark where the property is proposed to be built. And that needs to be based on, this is right out of the code, based on a site-specific evaluation of the long-term bluff retreat rate at the site. The code then goes on to say that there must be evidence that it unequivocally, I'm not saying that word, that's just out of the code, unequivocally shows the location of the bluff edge through time. And the time interval examined shall include the winters of 1982 to 1983, 1994 to 1995, and 1997 to 1998. So it needs to be unequivocal evidence of the location of the bluff edge at all of those points in time. So if new development's on a bluff top, which it is, it has to be 100 feet back from the bluff edge, but that minimum may be reduced to 50 feet if certain conditions are satisfied. I meant to ask Adam earlier, may be reduced. Is that a discretionary reduction, or are we required to grant the reduction so long as the condition is satisfied?
So in the past, we've asked the geotechnical staff to let us know what their recommendation is, and based on their recommendation, that's typically been staff's recommendation to the decision-making bodies.
Okay. So the staff has concluded that the conditions are satisfied, and we're being asked to adopt a resolution which says, among other things, the following. The established 100-year bluff retreat setback line is 26.7 feet from the natural top of bluff. So we're not being asked to find that it's 26.7 feet from the edge of where the grading ended, but from the natural top of the bluff, which Jake explained to us is somewhere out in the air where it was in 1928. The other thing we're being asked to find is the determination of the natural historical top of bluff location meets the LIP definition of bluff edge. I'm reading right out of the resolution. So we're being asked to find, as a city council, that the LIP's definition of bluff edge is the natural historical top of bluff as interpreted by this geologist. We're also being asked to find the following. The council finds the location of the top of the bluff was determined in accordance with the LIP. So for reasons I'm now going to explain, I think we're legally precluded from making those findings. I also think we're unable to find the long-term bluff retreat rate was properly determined in accordance with section 10.4D. I also believe there's a defect in the determination of the factor of safety required to approve the setback. Not that the geology was done wrong, but that you can't possibly determine a factor of safety in midair. The statutory definition of bluff edge is in LIP section 2.1. Nobody's talked about that tonight at all. It's referenced in what people are calling an opinion piece from the Coastal Commission. The definition of bluff edge, the statutory definition that we have to apply, is for coastal and canyon bluffs, the bluff edge shall be defined as the upper termination of a bluff, cliff, or sea cliff. I'm going to skip some language. If anybody thinks I need to read it to make it complete, I'm happy to. But in a case where there is a step-like feature at the top of the cliff face, the landward edge of the topmost riser shall be taken to be the bluff edge. I'll repeat that. In a case where there is a step-like feature at the top of the cliff face, the landward edge of the topmost riser shall be taken to be the bluff edge. This is not a definition that's peculiar to Malibu. That language I just read, it's included in the definition of bluff edge established by section 13577 of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations, which expand on the Coastal Act. It's a common provision used in the LIP of multiple other coastal communities, including the City of Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, City of Pismo Beach, Solano Beach, Humboldt County, and Mendocino County. And it's set forth by the Coastal Commission in its statewide interpretive guidelines of bluff edge. It's therefore unsurprising the Coastal Commission included that language in our LIP. It also means Coastal Commission interpretation of this language is entitled to substantial deference, if not dispositive, especially because this project is within the Coastal Commission's appealable jurisdiction and likely will go to the Coastal Commission if we grant this. Not grant the appeal, if we grant the application. As I read the legal definition of bluff edge, it's a physical location that can be touched. It's not an ethereal location that lacks physical substance. If a coastal bluff is built out with fill in a manner that arguably creates a new seaward bluff edge, the property owner doesn't obtain the benefit of the added footage, stuck with the original bluff edge, which remains a physical location that actually exists within the fill. If a coastal bluff is graded such that the original bluff edge is cut away, the most landward location where the grading ends becomes the bluff edge within the definition of the LIP. There's no such thing as grading a bluff to the point of creating a lower, more seaward bluff edge, much less an interpreted phantom bluff edge in midair. Now, based on my understanding of the legal definition of bluff edge, and I'm going to explain why I think that, the proposed siting of the new development is impermissible. It's set back less than 50 feet from the landward edge of the topmost riser, which resulted from the grading. So if that landward edge of the topmost riser at the 100-foot elevation, which is 260 feet in on the chart that was provided, is the bluff edge, nobody can dispute this is impermissible. It's 25 feet from that. It's less than 25 feet from that. The Council Agenda Report states on page 5, the LIP does not address alterations of bluffs when determining the top of bluff, and the city established precedents to utilize the historical top of bluff when determining the top of bluff location. I asked to learn about the city's precedents. I'm not persuaded from what I learned that there is such a precedent, much one that's been adopted by the City Council. This has never been dilated on by us or our predecessors. Moreover, as I'm going to explain, such an approach by the Planning Department would be contrary to the definition of bluff edge in the LIP, as it has already been construed by the Coastal Commission and, more importantly, the California Court of Appeals in the one and only case that has addressed the issue. This was raised in an appeal, and it was resolved in exactly the manner I've explained by both the Coastal Commission and the California Court of Appeals. The case is Norberg versus California Coastal Commission. It was a 2013 decision. In that case, the applicant's property was situated on a bluff with a natural geological bluff edge that was 80 feet above sea level. The residence at issue was 103 feet above sea level, approximately 61 feet inland from the natural geological bluff. So at one point in time, there was a bluff edge 61 feet away from the property, from the house, and 20 feet below the house. At some point, the land between the geological bluff edge and the residence was graded, resulting in terraced steps from the 80-foot geological bluff edge to the base of the residence. And we're talking somebody just like railroad ties. They stepped it up from the bluff edge to the house. The terrace area extended 61 feet inland from the natural geological bluff, resulted in a stepped incline of less than 20 degrees. When the property owner applied for a CDP to build a basement below the existing residence, the Coastal Commission denied the application on the basis that it was not sufficiently set back from the bluff edge, which the Coastal Commission found to be the 103-foot mark, right at the edge of the house, at the top riser of the graded area. Rejecting the property owner's position that the grading did not alter the location of the bluff edge, the Coastal Commission found, quote, regardless of where the bluff edge may have been located before the minor grading for the garden walls that were cut into the marine terrace deposits, the bluff edge is clearly now at approximately the 103-foot contour. The Coastal Commission also found, quote, altering, paren grading, close paren, a coastal bluff does not turn it into an artificial landform. It's still a natural landform, one that's been altered. An artificial landform is one that did not exist prior to grading, for example, a landfill, an open pit mine, etc. Now, by way of historical background, I asked Jake about the January 16, 2003 memo from the Coastal Commission staff geologist Mark Johnson. That was an important part of the Coastal Commission's analysis. In that memorandum, Dr. Johnson wrote, development setbacks normally are measured from the upper edge of the bluff top. Accordingly, a great deal of effort is often focused on defining that bluff edge. The bluff edge is simply the line of intersection between the steeply sloping bluff face and the flat or more gently sloping bluff top. Defining this line can be complicated, however, by the presence of irregularities in the bluff edge, a rounded or stepped bluff edge, sloping bluff top, or previous grading or development near the bluff edge. He went on to say the position of the bluff edge may be changed by a variety of processes, natural and anthropogenic. And I asked those questions of Jake. He said, no, the bluff edge can't be changed by those processes. So that's contrary to what the Coastal Commission says. He says, more significant is the he talks about how a bluff edge might sometimes move seaward through tectonic processes, which are rare. He goes on to say, more significant is the anthropogenic modification of a bluff edge by grading, or the construction of structures. A landward shift of the bluff edge commonly occurs through cutting into and removing natural materials during grading operations. I asked about whether that was the case. I was told by Jake, no, that can't happen. That can't change the bluff edge. Conversely, placing artificial fill on or near the bluff edge generally does not alter the position of the natural bluff edge. The natural bluff edge still exists buried beneath fill, and the natural bluff edge is used for purposes of defining development setbacks. So yes, they have it both ways, but that's the way they have it. They say that if you bring it back, you're stuck with the new one. If you bring it forward, you don't get the benefit of it. So 9 years after Dr. Johnson wrote that memo, he was the staff geologist who rejected the applicant's use of the 80-foot natural geological bluff edge and concluded that the grading between the natural geological bluff edge and the applicant's residence, 60 feet away and 20 feet up higher, was now the bluff edge. Now, following a complicated chain of legal challenges, the California Court of Appeals sided with the Coastal Commission. Here's the pertinent parts of the ruling. The central issue in this case is a determination of the location of the bluff edge on Norberg's property, inasmuch as the building setback is measured from the bluff edge. In his March 22, 2012 Geological Review Memorandum, Dr. Mark Johnson stated, the coastal bluff at the site consists of a very steep sea cliff that extends from an elevation of approximately 86 feet to the beach below. The topographic survey submitted by Norberg identified an edge of bluff line near that point. Above this break and slope, a series of terraces separated by low walls have been cut into the bluff. The uppermost wall is approximately coincident with the seaward edge of the existing deck at the site, and it's at an elevation of approximately 103 feet. This is the top of bluff or bluff edge pursuant to the California Code that I cited earlier, which states in relevant part, in a case where there is a step-like feature at the top of the cliff face, the landward edge of the topmost riser shall be taken to be the cliff edge. The court goes on. The commission evaluated Dr. Johnson's March 22, 2012 memorandum. It specifically gave consideration to his rationale for concluding the bluff edge was at the 103-foot elevation, given the definition of bluff edge contained in the California Code. The commission adopted Dr. Johnson's viewpoint and found the bluff edge to be located at the 103-foot elevation. That's where the grading had ended. Here, the foregoing information shows there was substantial evidence to support the finding that the bluff edge was located at the 103-foot elevation. The opinion of Johnson as the commission's staff geologist was that wherever the bluff edge may have been originally, pursuant to the California Code provision, the location of the bluff edge now had to be determined based on the terraces that had been cut into the slope and the walls that had been constructed thereon. In contrast, the designer of the residence sought to ignore the portion of the code applicable to where there are, quote, step-like feature at the top of the cliff face, close quote. The court went on. Mr. Norberg characterizes as absurd Johnson's opinion that the portion of the code pertaining to step-like features at the top of the cliff face defines the location of the bluff in this case. To interpret the statute this way, the applicant says, would be to make boundaries weave in and out according to minor cuts between arbitrary property lines rather than geological structures. The court went on. Norberg cites a page of the Commission's July 10, 2012 addendum generated in response to communications from his legal counsel. He points out language of that addendum stating the Commission generally makes bluff edge determinations consistent with existing conditions of the natural landform. That's what that's what Norberg argued. The court went on. He omits to discuss the succeeding language regarding the fact that natural landforms can be changed by a variety of methods, including when a property owner cuts into and removes natural materials during grading operations, resulting in a landward migration of the bluff edge. Again, that was what I was told when I asked the question. Can't happen. Page 3 of the resolution proposed for us to adopt includes a finding that the stepped area further landward is not subject to coastal processes and therefore cannot be considered the top of coastal bluff. That's inconsistent with LIP section 10.4D and the analysis of both the Coastal Commission and the California Court of Appeals. Now, the applicant's geologist in Norberg made a materially similar argument to what's being made here. I was going to read it, but I'm not going to take the whole time. But basically, what their argument summed up to was, this is not the natural cliff edge, bluff edge. This is artificial. This is not what we consider. The Coastal Commission expressly rejected that analysis, finding among other things, I'm going to repeat these again, regardless of where the bluff edge may have been located before the minor grading for the garden walls that were cut into the marine terrace deposits, the bluff edge is clearly now at approximately the 103-foot contour. And then they said altering or grading a coastal bluff does not turn it into an artificial landform. It's still a natural landform, albeit one that's been altered. Now, after Norberg, Marin County updated its LIP, the Coastal Commission required them to include the following language. Bluff edges typically retreat landward due to coastal erosion, landslides, development of gullies, or by grading, cut. In areas where the bluff top or bluff face has been cut or notched by grading, the bluff edge shall be the landwardmost position of either the current or historic bluff edge. In areas where fill has been placed near or over the historic bluff edge, the original natural bluff edge, even if buried beneath fill, shall be taken to be the bluff edge. Again, yeah, they're having it both ways, but that's what they're having it. According to the Coastal Commission staff report, that language was reviewed or written by Dr. Johnson. Same occurred when Newport Beach amended its LIP in 2018. They were required to include in areas where the bluff top or bluff face has been cut or notched by grading, the bluff edge shall be the landwardmost position in either the current or historical bluff edge. In areas where fill has been placed near or over the historic bluff edge, the original natural bluff edge, even if buried beneath fill, shall be taken to be the bluff edge. Again, they're having it both ways. They're having it the most conservative way possible. That's the way they're having it. It's not for us to disagree with the law. Solano Beach's LIP similarly provides the bluff edge may change over time as the result of erosion, process, landslide, or artificial cut. Based on all of that, I submit the legal definition of bluff edge as construed by the Coastal Commission and the Court of Appeals compels us to view the most landward edge of the pre-1952 grading, if indeed there was grading, to be the bluff edge. Results in a proposed setback for this property of only 25 feet in violation of section 10.4D. Another way to look at this is looking seaward from the bluff top. The bluff top's where the house is. Before the grading, the bluff top was at the 100-foot elevation. Plainly, the grading can't reduce the elevation of the bluff top landward of the grading. If someone were to walk seaward on the bluff top from the location of the proposed residence, they'd come to a steep drop-off of 15 to 20 feet after walking less than 25 feet seaward. There's no more bluff top at that point. because 100 feet of the bluff was removed by grading. In plain English, the edge of the bluff top 20 feet seaward of the proposed residence is the bluff edge. In addition to failing to satisfy the legal definition of bluff edge, as I said, this fails for the further reason that the location of the bluff edge through time must be shown unequivocally through historic records, surveys, aerial photographs, published or unpublished studies, or other evidence in order to determine the bluff retreat rate pursuant to 10.4D. Here, the evidence of the bluff edge through time is far from unequivocal, unless you accept the applicant's geologist assertion that the bluff edge became the spot 60 feet outward and 60 feet lower and 40 feet outward, which it can't be. So there's an interpreted bluff edge in midair. It's impossible to know where that interpreted bluff edge was in 73, 82, 94, 97. Without a specific long-term, site-specific long-term average bluff retreat rate determined in accordance with the code, a 100-foot setback from the bluff edge is required. There's no way we can say where the edge of the bluff was at those various years other than where it is now, which is at the top. Okay. The proposed resolution also states on page 3, in conformance with the standards of LIP section 10.4D1, the evidence including the engineer's report shows the subject bluff possesses a calculated slope stability factor greater than 1.5 static. Again, unless we're talking about what's not the bluff edge, the point in the air 60 feet above the ground and 100 feet out from the bluff edge can't possibly have any stability factor. I think it's a what's the word, nonsensical number or illogical number in math, because you can't calculate something that doesn't exist. Okay. Now, we've been told that the artificially created cliff at the 60-foot elevation at the base of the grading is really where the bluff edge is. And that was established by this tool provided by Our Coast, Our Future. That's based on the Coastal Storm Modeling System, also known as COSMOS. And we're being asked to find, as confirmed by Our Coast, Our Future, the current top of the bluff is located much closer to the shoreline, which, if employed for development purposes, could expose development on the property to more hazards from coastal processes such as erosion and wave uprush. Again, that's not based on the legal definition of bluff edge. That's based on what we're being told is the newly created bluff edge. The proposed finding appears to be based on a statement on page 3 of the council agenda report. I'm not going to read it. But here's the rub here. I tried to use the OCOF tool. I don't have access to the way what you need. So I wasn't able to determine what it tells me is the bluff edge. But what I was able to find was the OCOF website states as follows. This interactive mapping tool, including its data and other information, are provided for informational purposes. The tool and data are not for the purpose of providing advice or guidance on issues or activities related to permitting. The tool and data are based on model simulations which are subject to revision and do not take into account many variables that could have substantial effects on flooding, erosion, and emerging groundwater. Commercial use of this tool and data are prohibited. It goes on to say that in order to use the tool, you got to click on something that says you agree and acknowledge that you won't use it for those purposes. Another page of the website states the cliff top edge modeling is visualized as occurring within a zone that accounts for model uncertainty. The tool relies, as I said, on the COSMOS system. According to the USG, COSMOS, quote, makes detailed predictions of storm-induced coastal flooding, erosion, and cliff failures over large geographic scales. It matters before the Coastal Commission, a geotechnical analysis by a company called Geosoils, Inc., which has appeared before them multiple times, has cautioned that COSMOS, quote, is not accurate and explicitly not intended to be used for site-specific analysis. It's a generalized tool, and you're not allowed to use it for permitting. They went on to quote some emails from the USG that explain that again. They also found that the program was not accurate in many instances and explicitly not intended for site-specific analysis. So the tool doesn't understand the law. The tool doesn't know what the definition of bluff edge is. So, and it doesn't even properly identify necessarily the reduced seaward bluff edge, because that's not what it's used for. It's not accurate. I have other issues with the staff report and the resolutions that are separate and apart from this main one. I was also going to mention that in Newburgh, the Coastal Commission did require 3 different provisions about conditions on the permit about not being able to do certain things. The one that was said was overlooked. There are a couple others as well. I don't know that we're going to need to get to them. I have comments about the MRCA appeal too, which I also think is well taken, but I think this is the more important issue. But again, to sum up, the geologist here, who again, I think applied the tools that he knows to apply. I think he presented his report genuinely. I think the property owner presented his beliefs genuinely. I sympathize with you both. But the law is that grading changes the bluff edge. And we were told that's not your understanding. Well, that's what the law is. So I don't know whether the vote's going to come out 3-2, 4-1, 5-0. I know we have, we'll wait and see what those see. I can't possibly support this because I see the law as being very clear. And the law says that when whoever graded this property, they created a new bluff edge, not the one that's lower down, the one that's higher up and more inland. Those are my overly long comments, but I thought it was important to get that information into the record. And I suspect this will be appealed to the Coastal Commission if we do grant this appeal, if we don't grant this appeal. Who's next? Paul?
I have a comment, which I guess is actually a question. And I've looked at the picture from 1952 and the picture from today, and it looks like there has been no movement of that top of manufactured slope that Bruce has identified as manufactured between that time in that 71-year period. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that is, and I would ask a question of the consultant. Since you looked at all of those pictures.
Yes, as part of our bluff retreat analysis from the photos from 1928 all the way to 2022 or whenever our report was published, I mean, we got various photographs for various intervals, and because of this site, the pre-existing bluff was removed. Obviously, we can't look at that bluff top post, 1950, 52 when it disappeared from the photographs. So we look at the bluff that was created, and looking at those photos, I think this is discussed in our report, which was reviewed by the city staff. There was an estimate of 10 feet of maybe erosion. Could be from photographic distortion, but we assumed, we were conservative on that and came up with like 1.7 inches per year calculation, and we rounded that up to be more conservative to assuming 2 inches of bluff retreat per year. Times 100 gives us 16 feet, then we added an extra 10 feet buffer to that, but still that is not more restrictive than the 50-foot setback, so the 50-foot setback governs. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. There's been minimal
Thank you.
Less than 10 feet of what we can see in the photographs.
Thank you. Okay.
Paul, if I may, I agree. I said from the beginning, I accept that the edge of the top of the bluff is stable, and it's the bluff edge. That means you got to go 50 feet back. I'm giving them the 50 feet, not 100 feet, not 75 feet, but 50 feet. There's no such thing as a 25-foot setback from the bluff edge. That's my point. I'm agreeing that's stable. But if it's the bluff edge and it's stable, you got to go back 50 feet.
Thank you, Bruce.
Sure. Who else?
Because we're working with a black and white picture here in our book, can the staff bring up the figure 4? I think that's the one with the color coded, where the yeah, there it was. Keep going. Whoa. Back. That's a slope analysis. Go back a couple more. I want to see where the lines were. It's our figure 4. I think it's the one I'm looking for. All right, that's the 52 picture. Go next one up. All right, so this, that's it, right there. So I'm trying to see the natural top of Coastal Bluff. It looks, can you explain to me what the orange line and the blue line, tell me again what those mean. I'll take staff or I'll take the appellate. Go ahead, applicant.
Yeah, the blue line represents the current topographic top of bluff as you see today. That was artificially created. The orange line is the line we established to be the historic top of bluff, which is more conservative than the current top of bluff for purposes of determining the setback. So our client would not gain an advantage from the current top of bluff.
Okay, now, if you take what the mayor has said, or the Coastal Commission, as I'm looking at the arch of the old amphitheater, is that where you're saying that, is that where the comment is that that's the new
riser? In this case, we're dealing with graded risers, and if we were going to follow this rule, I could chase graded risers all the way to the crest of the Santa Monica Mountains, and that's not the top of bluff. I have graded risers I can see on the north side of PCH and further north from here. So chasing graded risers is not appropriate in the application of this code, regardless of what the Coastal Commission opines in some of these cases. This is clearly, we're recreating what was there, to use that for safety to determine, again, a safe setback from the threat of bluff erosion, which in this case, we're being, the final result is overly conservative based on all the calculations.
Okay, so where is the house as it's currently designed to lay on the land? Is it, as the mayor said, about 25 feet back from the
yeah, I believe on one of the site plans in the staff report, it shows the footprint of the residence. It might be the next, there you go.
Okay.
And again, we're getting close to the top of the graded slope. And again, in this case, we're no longer concerned with coastal erosion due to coastal effects and wave uprush. That slope is purely now what we call a geotechnical slope. So we analyze that for stability and design the footings as such so that the building will have code conforming stability for the life of the structure. That slope is no longer subject to wave erosion, and thus, in my opinion, we don't need to apply a bluff setback to that slope because, again, it's graded terrain. We're well removed from wave uprush and wave attack on the toe of the slope.
All right, on the drawing that we're seeing here, there's a very minor hashed line. It looks like it's just next to where the pool and spa is. Do you see it on the drawing up there, or is it too?
Yeah, I can see it. I believe that's the linear line delineating the determined top of bluff setback. That is the do not cross line. That is the bluff setback that we've established for this project that was reviewed and approved by city geotechnical staff.
Okay, when you say that's the do not cross line, that's the 26 feet plus the...
No, this is even more restrictive. The 26 feet calculations are, we have to do 4 different steps to these calculations. Those are determined based on the amount of 100-year erosion, and we determine what that rate will be. And if that came out to be greater than 50 feet, then that would be the governing setback. But in this case, it came out to be 26 feet per the rules of the LCP. So the 50 feet is more restrictive, so thus the 50-foot governs.
Okay, and the 50-foot governs is from the other parallel line that goes through more the heart of the amphitheater as you look to the left.
Yeah, there should be 3 lines shown on the geotechnical maps. It's the interpreted historic top of bluff line, the calculated 100-year retreat line, which comes out to 26 point something feet, and then the 50-foot top of bluff setback line, which is the governing line.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay. Doug, I want to help you out a little bit more differently. Let's put back up the slide that has the blue dotted line, the orange line, and not the other line that ought to be there. Okay, so everyone to understand clearly, when Jake says the blue line is the new bluff edge, the actual bluff edge, that is the area that resulted after the grading as the lower part of the bluff. It's not the uppermost riser, it's the lower riser that was created. It's what they're saying the OCOF tool establishes to be the bluff, which is why he says that's the bluff edge. The bluff edge, in fact, used to be where the orange line was. There's nothing now. The orange line's in midair.
Correct.
So there's no way that the blue line can become a bluff edge when the bluff used to be situated further back. The question is whether it needs to be situated even further back. Now, when you asked where's the property, if you look at the if we could put up the next to last page of all the exhibits in the staff report, if you have that, it's geological sections A and B from the land phases report. There you go. Okay, that one works just as well. You see, you asked how far back is the house from the bluff edge. You see the house in that picture, and you can see where you drop down, as I said, 20 to 30 feet after the house. It's 25 feet away. And my understanding of the law is that has to be 50 feet. That's why I asked the applicant at the very beginning if he was willing to move. It's actually 23 feet. That's why I asked the applicant if they're willing to move their project 30 feet back, which would resolve everything because the bluff is stable at that spot. But there's nothing in our code that allows us to approve a residence that's 23.5 feet or 24 feet from a bluff edge. So if that's the bluff edge, what we'd be doing is illegal in approving this.
Well, to clarify, it's not a bluff edge. It's a top of a graded slope.
I said if it's the bluff edge.
Yes.
And my opinion is legally, we're mandated to consider that to be the bluff edge without regard to the natural geological edge, just as the Coastal Commission repeatedly said and the Court of Appeals said. Miriam, you've been quiet. Do you have any questions or comments?
So, the local coastal program talks about zoning requirements and development standards. And what we're being asked to approve here is a single-family residence and associated development. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In order to do that, we need to determine where the allowable land is measured from in order to begin that setback line. In this area, we've got a site that has been altered nearly 100 years back as far as we may be able to tell, but has existed in its current form for 70 years.
Correct.
Okay. And when you made your assumption for the possible bluff top, it was based upon upcoast and downcoast features for that site.
Yes, so I didn't really fully understand the question. You're asking how we
Basically,
determine...
one side of the property to the other side of the property, and then you figured out where...
Yeah, in determining the location of the pre-graded top of bluff, the natural bluff that existed before the 1952 photo, we looked at 1928 photos, and also we looked at even current photos, and also looking at photographs of the adjacent properties, east and west, to tie it all together.
And those properties east and west have been developed, and they use geology reports in order to make their determination of where their setback lines were established from the bluff.
Yes, but some of them were developed long ago or before the current LCP where this top of bluff setback rule was engaged. So many of them are not in conformance with the current LCP.
Exactly. Okay. So in our resolution, we have our LIP findings that we've got. The first one is the coastal development permit findings, that this complies with the requirements of a coastal development permit. A, project's been reviewed by all the staff members and required departments and conforms with all the rules required for that. Correct? Staff? A? Page 5 of 24 of the staff report.
That would be correct.
Okay. B, scenic, visual, and hillside resource protection.
It conforms with all the requirements for those findings?
Yes.
Chapter 6. Hazards. Staff has determined through review from Geology and Public Works and Environmental Health and Fire Department that this conforms with the recorded findings for Chapter 9.
Correct.
And shoreline and blufftop development. There has been extensive research as to how to establish the blufftop given the alterations that have occurred historically. And based upon experts, it has been determined where the blufftop exists and that it's been properly set back based upon those requirements.
Correct.
And then the final one is E with regards to the demolition. So that's just cleaning up the property to make sure everything conforms and it's in compliance with our current rules, regardless if those items were placed there prior to cityhood.
Correct.
Okay. So the home that was designed has not requested any site plan reviews for heights over 18 feet. It has not asked for any variances of any particular kinds. It's completely within the basic development standards of a single-family home for the zoning as appropriate.
That's correct.
Okay. And the items that they have suggested to accompany the single-family home, such as the garage, a second residential unit, tennis court, cabana, all the grading and landscaping, the completion of a septic system in order to deal with any effluent and everything is all in conformance with the LIP with no discretionary reviews.
That's correct.
I would like to make a recommendation to approve the staff report denying the appeals and move forward.
I'll second the motion.
That was to approve the resolution, adopt staff's recommendation, right?
Correct, yes, thank you.
I second the motion.
Okay, do we have further discussion?
I do have one more comment.
Oh, go ahead.
I see that you did extensive research through paper and 2D pictures and such. Did you actually visit the site and see the actual topography of it to understand the uniqueness of the property?
I absolutely did not, because I think it's incumbent upon the parties to present a record at this hearing from which I can make the findings.
While I can understand that, I would encourage you to learn about Malibu and its topography and the different natural resources that exist here and the uniqueness of each property depending on its particular locations and sites for future things. It's very illuminating when you actually get out on site, and I had an enjoyable time watching the dolphins swim by. So it was quite peaceful, and hopefully eventually this home will be built and you'll be able to enjoy it with your family.
Okay.
Are there more comments?
Yeah, that was an interesting. I mean, what you've got is a resolution that was written without consideration of any of the stuff we've covered over the last hour and a half, right? I mean, so there's no question about the fact that if you read the resolution and get the staff to confirm that's what it says, that's what it says. But we're not voting on the resolution, I don't think. We're voting on a process that says, what are the rules, and are the rules being adhered to? What do we do going forward if this occurs someplace else? I mean, we have a precedent now of how it's supposed to work. So it seems to me that there's ample evidence, be it in the LCPs that were written by some of the cities Bruce took us through, that changed the rules and said, here's how you measure a top of bluff, and here's the distance it's got to be from the house to be legal. And I have heard nothing from the applicant tonight to suggest that the path that they used gives us that answer. So, look, I mean, the law is the law. I mean, right, when you, at some point in time, we've either got to believe that, the court cases, the Coastal Commission's decisions, the reports that they're putting together have some substance. Otherwise, what the hell are we going to believe in? We just make stuff up as we go? I don't think we can do that. So I'm inclined to agree with the presentation that Bruce gave us.
So there's absolutely nothing that visiting this site could tell me that would change the fact that the law is that the edge of where the grading ended at the top of the bluff is now the legal bluff edge. The property in the Norberg matter was a much easier one than this is to say it's not the bluff edge as a result of the grading. They had a slope over 60 feet that was 20 feet deep, so it's less than 20 degrees. And the Coastal Commission said, we really don't care what this looked like before you did that grading. You have now created steps, and the uppermost riser is right where the house is, so you can't do anything further. Court of Appeal, California Court of Appeal, after reviewing the entire record, said, yeah, that makes sense to us. We adopt that. So a decision tonight, just because it looks safe to put the house there, flies in the face of our LIP. And if this is appealed to the Coastal Commission, it's going to get reversed. I don't see how anyone on this council, it's one thing to encourage me to go look at things. I'd encourage others to follow the law. The law isn't, if it looks good and it looks safe, it's okay. That's why I said to Paul, I'm assuming, even though I'm not convinced, I'm assuming the edge of this grading, the top edge of this grading, is completely safe. You know, if this had never been graded, and we had the original edge, and it was completely safe, it had never moved, you'd have to be 50 feet back from it. Well, now it's not there anymore, and we've got a new edge, and the law says you have to be at least 50 feet back from it. This house is 23 feet back from it. Now, we haven't even discussed the easement, so if the council is going to be inclined to vote in favor of denying the appeal, we'll need to discuss the easement. But as I said at the beginning, I had a feeling it was going to be 2. I didn't say who, but maybe everyone knew. 2, yes, and I wasn't sure where our 5th council member would be. I think it would be helpful to know where Doug is on the setback issue, because if he agrees with Steve and me that you can't do this, we don't need to get to the easement. But if you believe that this ought to be permitted to be built where it is, we need to talk about the easement.
Can we jump to the lateral?
That's what I'm saying. We need to talk about the easement.
Yeah, let's just jump to that right now.
Well, it's not an easement. It's a proposed for the applicant to give a portion of his property to the public for crossing.
It's called a lateral access easement.
It's down at the sand.
Right.
Where there is already an easement that goes up to the ambulatory mean high tide line, right? So if you get there at low tide, there's quite a bit of sand to walk on. If you get there at high tide, your feet are going to get damp. And that's property of the state of California. So if you were going to grant a lateral easement, where would it be relative to the mean high tide line?
I'd like to understand where Doug stands on the setback before we bother with the easement, because there may be no need to discuss the easement. Okay, fair.
So with regards to this being a lawful thing, we have professional planning staff that is hired to understand and evaluate the zoning and the local coastal program and our municipal code and our general plan. Additionally, we have geologists that are hired to be experts on the basis of the bluff top setback, the stability of the land that is located there, and they're highly educated staff members. If we're not going to believe in their ability to determine the factor of safety and evaluate the reports by other experts, then how is it that I'm really confused. We have all these experts telling us that this land is safe to build on. We have all this expert testimony telling us what the bluff top retreat has been to date based upon where it's been established with the new grading. But you guys aren't believing that is accurate.
No, we believe it 100%.
But you're saying it's not lawful.
That's right. If look, wherever the bluff is, if there had been an untouched, ever touched bluff, you could establish it's been in the same exact place for 1 million years, and it's never degraded, and it's got a factor of safety of 3, and the 100-year future prospect, I unquestionably question it. It'll never move an inch. It's going to be there for the next 1 million years. It has to be set back 50 feet from that. So the only question for us is, where is the bluff edge? Because if it's where they cut it back to, which the Coastal Commission and the Court of Appeals says is the bluff edge, then it has to be 50 feet from that. And this is 23 feet. If it's the space in midair, then they're right. They can do this. Now, as far as the experts and the staff, why do we have hearings? I guess we ought to just get a staff report. And if the staff report says grant this, we grant it, because there's no need to have a hearing. These aren't even fact issues. These are legal issues. These are interpretations of our code. Same thing with the easement, which I'm going to talk about. But it's not a question of whether I agree that our staff is practically right. It's a question of whether I agree that our staff is properly applying the law. And that's not their job to decide what the law is when it hasn't been previously decided. It's their job to apply the law as it's clear, or when it's not clear, as it's given to them by the City Council, or in this case, where we're dealing with a Coastal Act requirement, by the Coastal Commission. So I'm not disputing that anyone did anything wrong. In fact, I complimented the applicant's geologist for doing this absolutely right, not pursuant to the law, but pursuant to geology. And I understand the owner's position as well. And I don't see that the staff did anything wrong other than applied the wrong legal standard. Doug?
You know, Mary Ann, during Bruce was talking to the geologist here. He asked him if he had read the report from the Coastal Commission. What was that guy's name?
Dr. Johnson.
Johnson, all right? And he said, yeah, I read it. Well, he may have read it, okay, but when you went through the details of it, it said that the path he was taking was not correct. So you're right. There are a lot of experts running around here, okay? And the experts basically sit back and say, depending upon what their proclivity is to which way they want to go, they will look at stuff and say, yeah, this is, I've done this in the past, and here's what I think the answer is, and I'm going to move in that direction. But all of us, I believe, have got to be governed by some set of rules. And if we start ignoring the rules, what do we get? Everything can be different, right? Everybody can make up their own set of rules of how they want to do stuff. And next time around, somebody else may get treated differently. And that's wrong, right? If we know what the right answer is, we should come up with the right answer, I think.
Right. So where I have issue with that comment is that comment was made on a particular piece of property that's, how far is Newport Beach from here? 50 miles? 60 miles? So the topography and the landforms that are available there are very different than they are in Malibu. Some may be the same, some may be different. So citing a report by one expert in one particular location does not automatically apply uniformly to the entire California coast. That's why we have an expert that is evaluating this particular site.
You remember the comments that said all the cities to change their LCP to agree with the report that guy put out. Right?
Dr. Johnson's report that the decision was based on, which was 10 years before the case, was for statewide interpretation of Bluff Edge. It had nothing to do with any particular place. It was a general memo that he prepared for the Coastal Commission for their use in determining what Bluff Edge means.
It's an interpretation of the Coastal Act. It's not of our LCP, so to be clear, it is the Coastal Act, which, is then adjusted for each individual jurisdiction.
It's their interpretation of words that are identical in the Coastal Act and in our LIP, which the Coastal Commission wrote.
Yeah, and the decision there was that there was substantial evidence to support that interpretation, that the bluff edge in that case was in that location. The question is, does substantial evidence support the bluff edge at the top of the manufactured slope here, or that bluff edge is down where there is the lower bluff edge? That's the question here, is whether you find the substantial evidence to support that as the bluff edge, or the top is the bluff edge, and then it has to be set back 50 feet. The staff here has made a determination not to let them benefit from having a lower bluff edge, and so it's been set back from what they determined where the bluff edge would have been had there not been this manufactured slope. So it's a determination for you. Either way, if you determine the lower bluff edge is what the substantial evidence supports, this location would be over 50 feet from that bluff edge. If it is determined to be the top of the result of the removal of that fill, then it would not be within 50 feet.
And I agree that's a reasonable way to look at it. The only thing I'll say is if Weintraub is going to spitefully or reasonably appeal this to the Coastal Commission and they apply their interpretation, we're going to get reversed and we're not going to look very good going forward because we're just going to be a group that doesn't follow their law.
Well, I don't think that is the only thing that factors into whether or not we're reversed on a decision. I think historically you can see that there have been many reversals and supportive decisions that the city has made based upon the direction of the political winds that are blowing on that particular date. So, Trevor, could you clarify for this? So, it is entirely possible that this applicant could have come in and argued for the manufactured slope that was created that would have pushed this development more seaward and proposed possibly on the artificial fill of the amphitheater area. But instead, they're actually proposing it to make it theoretically as far away from that as feasible.
Yeah, so if that lower bluff edge is determined to be the proper bluff edge, there would be an argument that they could set it back just 50 feet from that, but that's not it's a discretionary determination. The city council may allow it to be up to 50 feet away, reducing it from the 100. So they wouldn't be strictly entitled to it, but they could argue an interpretation that they would only need to be set back 50 feet from that. I believe staff use the manufactured slope as what they determined to be the assumed natural where it would have existed to set it back that far, so it wouldn't be 50 feet from what they're seeing as the bluff edge.
Trevor, what weight did you put on the Coastal Commission's decision down in Newport Beach, the changes in the LCPs of all the cities that Bruce took us through? Should we weigh that stuff as sort of being evidence to suggest that this is the right path to go? Or do we just ignore all that?
It's not ignoring that. This is a fact-specific determination of where a bluff edge is. That's what it is. And in that case, it was determined to be at the top of this step-like feature that they had there. The determination here, has been from the staff recommendation to be different here. And what the court found in that case was that there was substantial evidence to support the opinion of the Coastal Commission, because the Coastal Commission found that was the top of bluff at the underlying level, and then that was affirmed because there was substantial evidence to support it.
So should we weigh that in our decision?
You're here to you have yes, you
should we weigh that in our decision?
You can weigh that in your decision, yes.
So I know we can, but should we? I mean, you're the lawyer. What processes should we be using to make decisions? Do we do it and ignore trial law that has been proven? Do we ignore the Coastal Commission's decisions that have been
I'm not saying.
Somebody's got to make that decision, Trevor.
I'm not saying ignore any decision that's out there. All I'm saying is that decision doesn't require, in this particular set of factual circumstances, for you to determine that is the specific, top of bluff. You have evidence from the Coastal Commission saying the top of bluff is at the top of the manufactured slope.
Right.
And then you have evidence from other geotechnical advisors here that have said that the top of bluff is at the lower one. So you have, expert evidence, on both sides. So it's for you to weigh that
And
evidence.
the technical experts we've got here have ignored what the Coastal Commission said, right?
I wouldn't say that they've ignored it. They've made a different determination based on.
No. They either didn't know about it or they ignored it.
I don't know what they've looked at or how they've done it.
They made a more conservative proposal to actually site the house from further landward than that manufactured slope is. The manufactured slope is down closer to the beach, and they are actually going from the top of the natural portions of the original slope that weren't altered previously. And then they're going back landward of that point. So they are setting it back further from.
Okay, and where should it be?
I'm going with the experts. We've got a well-educated, well-seasoned geologist who has decades of experience in this, that has been evaluated by our city's geologist, who again has decades of experience in evaluating these items. And they're telling us that this is a reasonable interpretation of the requirements.
Did you see anywhere in the staff report a discussion of this alternative that Bruce produced for us? I mean, do you think anybody in this, all the experts you talk about, okay? Do you think they, at any point in time, considered the issues that we heard tonight? And if so,
I believe they did a geology report based upon the land that is actually existing.
In the staff report,
Jake's here. Why don't we just ask him?
Hang on. No. This is me, you. In the staff report, I read it, and there was nothing in there that discussed the issues that Bruce brought up. Okay, and I would have thought that if they had at least considered those, or thought about them, and said, yeah, we looked at this, and I'll tell you what, we think the Coastal Commission's wrong, so we're going to go with this opinion, that would have been somewhere in our staff report. The absence of that tells me they never thought about it.
That's not my understanding of what their role in this particular process is.
What is the role?
To evaluate the local coastal program and make sure that the proposal conforms with the requirements in our local coastal program as it's written. We don't get, Paul, do you want to jump in there?
I'd love to.
Okay.
One of the things that they have told us more than several times is that it's your coastal plan, you get to interpret it. And if we think you're wrong, we'll tell you. Now, this was before the Planning Commission, this never came up. Or maybe it did. Did it?
No.
I didn't think so. So I think that we are well within our rights in interpreting our local coastal plan. It's our local coastal plan. They gave it to us and then told us to interpret it. They didn't say, you have to do everything, and by the way, Dr. Johnson is God. Okay? And what year was Dr. Johnson's opinion given?
I think it was about 20 years ago or so, but he's still giving it, and they're requiring cities now to explicitly adopt his opinion today.
Well, if they want to explicitly tell us to adopt it, I guess they will.
Okay, so, Paul, you just said that the Coastal Commission has repeatedly told us it's your code, you should interpret it unless we tell you.
It's our coastal plan.
Right, unless we tell you otherwise.
Right.
But we have a letter dated May 19th, 2023 from the Coastal Commission telling us otherwise. What they said is, the LCP bluff edge definition states in part, in a case where there is a step-like feature at the top of the cliff face, the landward edge of the topmost riser shall be taken to be the bluff edge. Cuts often create a step-like feature on the bluff, and that appears to be the case at the subject site. As such, the Coastal Commission has treated cuts as an erosional process that can move the bluff edge landward. And the Coastal Commission's established precedent is to use the existing bluff edge, not a historical bluff edge, with the exception that fill would not push the bluff edge seaward. In this case, based on our review of the information within the city staff report and in consultation with the Commission's staff geologist, but that's Dr. Johnson, We believe the bluff edge is located further inland than delineated by the city staff, at the top of the curving upper slope of the site. Therefore, we recommend the city reevaluate the bluff edge and setback issue in this case. They've told us that explicitly in the opinion piece that people are referring to.
Now, when you say they, are you talking about the commission?
No, actually, I'm not. I'm talking about the district supervisor, and I make that distinction all the time. I agree with you. It's not the commission, it's the staff.
And if this is something that the Coastal Commission is going to weigh in on, they'll tell us.
Let me put my 2 cents in here. I've been quiet, and no reason to not be, because we've got 2 bookends going at this. Look, we've got our local coastal plan. We've got our book here, and that's what we're supposed to live with. I agree with Paul. I agree with Mary Ann. And we also have people that have made a learned determination that this is what's supposed to be applied. Now, we may get overruled on this, or we may get confirmed. One of the things that I would like to point out to the legal side of this is the reason why there's the Supreme Court. You quite often have an appeals court that comes up with this decision, an appeal court that comes up with this decision, and somebody's got to moderate the two. And when you look at the situation that we have in Newport Beach, this is not the same set of facts that we have here. You know, this was a stepped hillside, probably done in recent time. You don't know. But the facts are different. Somebody's got to make a decision on it. Our book, our rule book, is what we have in front of us. I realize that a staff person has sent this in from Coastal Commission and said, this is what we want you to consider. You know what? We're supposed to run our book here. And our staff has given us this determination, and I think I agree with them. I think this is a learned outcome of what the facts are in front of us and the application of our rules. And Mary Ann kind of went down the list and said this, 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 and this. On the other hand, let me make just one comment. Bruce has done yeoman's work on reading this up and evaluating it. I find it interesting that he's the only one. Where is the appellant on this? Where is anybody else? There's been nobody to even talk to us about this except for the applicant and the mayor. I find it hard to believe that we're supposed to make decisions based upon the mayor's research as opposed to all the other people that have a dog in the fight. And Bruce, you'd make a great judge. But, you know, we've got a job here to do, and that's to follow our rules and our book. And as Paul has said, if we get overturned on this, we'll correct it. But interestingly enough, nobody's told us in all these years, by the way, you need to go back and change your LCP or your plans or whatever, because there's been an appeals decision. Nobody said that from the Coastal Commission. And I'm kind of working on the basis of, look, we're following the rules now. We're not going to freelance this. So that's the reason why I'm going to go with what we have here. I know you're going to get pushback.
I'm just going to make 3 final comments, and I'm not going to push back at all. Just on one, though, the fact that I'm the only one that has done this research, I actually find that not problematic to the decision. I find that problematic that we haven't been given this information, that nobody has given us this information, not the appellant, but nobody. So it makes me question the adequacy of everything when there's a giant neon sign over something that's missing. Leaving that aside, I'm just going to make 2 comments on the easement issue because I see where this is going. Just to get it into the record, the code does require that a lateral, first of all, the MRCA has written in its appeal, not in its appeal, in a letter that a vertical easement is required, and so has the Coastal Commission. Interesting, the Coastal Commission says it too, so I'm not sure what to make of that. But I will note, for the benefit of the applicant, that the MRCA did not challenge the denial, the lack of requiring a vertical easement in its appeal. And I could go through chapter and verse of the pages of their appeal where they say over and over again that the failure to provide a lateral easement was the problem. So I don't believe we even have authority to consider their belated assertion that they should have gotten a vertical easement. But as to the lateral easement, the rule is that it is required unless, what's the exact word? Unless adequate access exists nearby. And from what I can tell, there is access at the Nicholas Beach side to get to the property to the other side of this. You can't, I don't think you can reasonably and adequately get to the properties that are to the south. I don't know if it's east or south. South is the ocean. Okay, so east of this house. I know we've got this weird coastline that some places you're south and sometimes you're east. I don't think you can reasonably and adequately, without a lateral easement across this property, get to the east of this property. And therefore, if you wanted to get to the properties to the east, you have to come from a mile away. And I don't think that's nearby. So I don't think on either side there's adequate access nearby. I know where the council's going to go, but I just want to get that in the record because, again, I assume this is going to go up to the Coastal Commission, and I just want my position on the record.
So with regards to that, actually, you know, when I visited the site today, I was able to observe the beach. And it's actually pretty wide open along there, both from the up coast and the down coast. All the granting of a lateral easement will do would be able to give the public a place to walk on completely dry sand instead of on the state land's land, which is subject to the mean high tide line. So you can actually walk from Nicholas Canyon Beach to other areas down coast if wanted to, based upon the tidal areas. So this property does not impede the public from being able to enjoy or passing across from one area to another on that stretch of sand.
And I'll make the comment, that's one of the reasons I was talking to the planning staff today. Part of our history on these is we normally don't grant or request lateral easements. And one of the reasons for that is unless the property has some impact on the access, or the development has some impact on the access, we don't get involved in it. It's not for us to confiscate the land to give it to the public from the property owner. So I think it's inappropriate for us to get into that, and I think the history has been we keep our hands off this stuff. So.
Okay, before we vote, I just want to say, and I've said this before when it was looking like it was going to be my decision is in the majority, I think this has been an excellent discussion. I think everybody's put forth a reasonable position, and this is what we're supposed to be here for. Any further comments? Okay, let's call the question.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes, and I agree with the mayor. Look, we need to have a good due diligence on this. It needs to be a heavy, intense review. This is going to be a question of some precedent potentially. I don't envy your position as the property owner on this, but we've done what we thought was the right thing to do, and that's true of all of us. And you can't fault us for not trying to be good stewards of all people's assets here. So I'm voting yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
I'm voting no. I mean, we have evidence that says this is not the right thing to do. I guess we want to ignore that evidence, so I'm voting no.
Mayor Silverstein?
Yeah, and I'm going to vote no, but I'm going to say that I hope the Coastal Commission doesn't reverse this because it looks like a beautiful plan, and I think you're going to love living there if you get to put the house there.
Motion carries.
Can I make just one quick comment? Did we include the beach protection item that was?
Yes.
Did we fix that?
Why don't we clarify for the record that make a motion to include that condition if somebody wants to do it.
Well,
can I just ask on that one? So a beach protective device, are we talking about a bulkhead or I mean, is that?
We're talking about forbidding them from having one.
Yeah, they have to waive the ability to do it.
But is this property even subject to the fact that they would need that? I'm just asking in general, not.
Yeah. So for blufftop properties, we typically do have that condition. It's a standard condition that we applied. It is also an LCP requirement. So either way, I think it's they're not allowed. they're supposed to design the house in a way that it does not rely on any shoreline protection device. So that could be not just a seawall, but rock revetment or anything else that would essentially protect the bluff as well as the proposed development.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
I can't find my notes on this, but I wrote down I quoted the 3 conditions. This was actually the other issue that was decided in that same decision, the Norberg decision. The Coastal Commission had mandated that the property owner waive the right to protect the property in the event that the bluff should fail, so that they couldn't later sue the city or the state or whoever and claim that it was their fault for letting them build too close. And because the code prohibits those protective devices. So the Court of Appeal in that, and also sustained that, said that that was a proper, they had made theirs too broad, but as a result of the Court of Appeal's decision, it was narrowed to exactly what it ought to be, and it's written in the opinion what the language should be. We've already voted. Do we need?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think Adrian or Adam actually said at the beginning that they recommend that condition be added. If we just have the 3 affirmative votes to clarify that that was part of what they intended when they said staff's recommendation.
It is what I intended.
It's what I intended.
It's what I intended.
All right.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to adjourn. Are we done?
I'll second it.
Okay, let's have a roll call.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
Yes?
Mayor Silverstein?
Yes.
Motion carries. You are adjourned.